My name is Trayon White Sr. I serve as the Ward 8 council member and also chair of the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. Today is Tuesday, May the 21st, 2024. We are meeting remotely using the Zoom platform. The time is now 12:04 p.m. I'm calling to order this public hearing on public safety concerns at the Department of Youth Rehabilitation On Wednesday, NBC4 Washington aired a story about DYRS stating there has been 14 fights and 18 arrests in the previous 10 days, including a brawl on May 10th. It left 3 youth hospitalized and 4 youth arrested and charged with a felony assault. Including that 10-day span was another assault on May 8th that resulted in 4 more youth being arrested. Over this past weekend, it is alleged that 2 female youth sexually assaulted another female youth. Um, in the last month, 4 youth at minimum tested positive for drugs, which was linked to opioids. In the course of a year, there has been over 8 that I know of that has tested positive for drug usage in various facilities. On May 6th, a 17-year-old youth incarcerated in New Beginnings filed a lawsuit against DC and 9 employees of DYRS for long-standing physical abuse in the facility. The suit also claims that other youth in the DYRS case are consistent victims of verbal and physical abuse, and the youth have watched staff members throw uh, staff on staff assaults, youth on staff assaults, and staff on youth assaults in the trash. That's alleged in the report. I have been in constant communication with Director Sam Abed about him new coming to the agency and trying to create policy and change that's going to be effective in keeping youth safe. As the committee chair of this agency, it's important that we do everything we can to hold the agency accountable to make sure that our youth who are detained and those who are working there are safe at all times. And unfortunately, this has not been the situation on so many occasions, which brings us here today. One of the things I'm concerned about is that with this constant drug usage and there's allegations of fentanyl involved, which we know across the country has been deadly. We had over 200 fentanyl deaths in the last year or so here in Washington, D.C. alone. So it's incumbent upon us to do everything we can to get to the bottom of what's happening and eradicate the issue. Damn is the day that we get the notice that one of our youth has died in our facility. And so we have to do everything we can now to prevent that from happening. We are in a tough season during this time trying to figure out what are the adequate solutions to turn this ship around. We have put a number of measures in place during the performance budget oversight hearing to ensure that we can have continuous oversight. And we hope that those new policies and regulations and budget items strengthen the agency to serve its intended purpose for our youth who are detained in the facility and also who are committed that are in the community as well. I'm gonna start now with our public witnesses, and you'll be promoted to the panel today. If you are speaking on your own behalf, you will have 3 minutes. If you're speaking for a bona fide organization or agency commissioner, you will have 5 minutes to testify. With that being said, we're going to start with our public witnesses. We're going to elevate Eduardo Ferreira, visiting professor at Georgetown Juvenile Justice Clinic and Initiative, Whitney Lushin, co-founder of Open City Advocates, Anaya Creeder, Disability Rights DC, John Davis, you can go right ahead into your testimony, Mr. Ferreira.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. My name is Eduardo Ferrer. I'm a Ward 5 resident, the Policy Director at the Georgetown Juvenile Justice Initiative, and a visiting professor in the Georgetown Juvenile Justice Clinic. Thank you for holding this public roundtable on public safety concerns with the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Simply put, we are failing our kids right now in DC on so many fronts. While you will hear today specifically about the various ways that DYRS is failing our kids and undermining public safety in the district, I want to start by pointing out that it's not just DYRS that is failing our young people. In fact, we could fix all the myriad of problems at DYRS, and we would still only be reacting better once harm has happened, not preventing harm from happening in the first place. For instance, we know from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council's reports on the key drivers of delinquency system involvement that nearly 12% of system-involved youth were homeless prior to arrest, 25% had received TANF, nearly 50% had reported instances of neglect, nearly 15% had been removed from their homes, nearly 44% had been diagnosed with comorbid disorders, approximately 44% were IEP eligible, approximately 44% were suspended from school, and approximately 30% were retained at least one grade. This means that prior to the time that a young person has any involvement with DYRS, many, if not most, have had contact with multiple non-DYRS DC agencies, including but not limited to the Department of Human Services, DC's Housing Authority, Child and Family Services Administration, the Department of Behavioral Health, and DC's public schools. Indeed, except for when a young person is actually detained in a secure facility like the Youth Services Center or New Beginnings, these are the agencies upon which a youth and our city rely upon to provide the services that will help our youth heal, survive, and ideally thrive. Unfortunately, these agencies are failing too many of our youth and families. The result is that we are putting kids who have experienced high rates of trauma into DYRS facilities where DYRS is traumatizing them more, undermining their development, impeding the process of desistance, and harming the overall health and safety of our community in the process. We have all heard the publicized stories of DYRS regularly detaining youth for 23 hours a day, inhumane conditions at the facilities, unsafe conditions for youth, multiple instances of youth nearly dying in the facilities, the introduction of drugs into the facilities, and of DYRS ignoring court orders and unlawfully detaining youth. I suspect you will hear additional concerning examples from others testifying today. Tragically, DYRS is in the worst shape I have seen in a very long time. YSC in particular is struggling mightily for a host of reasons, including the high numbers of awaiting placement youth, an issue caused in large part by the district's failures to provide youth with adequate community-based supports prior to commitment, coupled with DYRS's failures to timely or effectively plan and execute meaningful interventions for youth committed to its care. But the problems at DYRS go beyond just the agency's struggles to carry out its duties day to day. The failures stem from the overall culture at the agency and how far and how quickly it has regressed since February of 2023. In closing, we are failing our kids both outside and inside DYRS facilities. We need to hold the district government accountable to our children and to our community. Rehabilitating DYRS is an important first step, but it cannot be the only one. When a child is detained by or committed to DYRS, we should expect that the agency, at the very least, does not cause more harm. And we should strive to ensure that the agency actually helps young people get the services and supports they need to thrive. But our goal as a district should be that our kids never touch the juvenile legal system in the first place. I look forward to working with you, other members of the DC Council, and other system stakeholders to accomplish these goals. Thank you for holding this public hearing today and for the opportunity to testify. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Whitney Lucci.
Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. My name is Whitney Lockheim. I'm a resident of Ward 6, and for the past 19 years have served as the co-founder and chief operating officer of Open City Advocates, which provides legal representation and holistic advocacy to youth who have been committed to DYRS. As you know, in a lawsuit recently filed by the Washington Lawyers Committee on behalf of a committed young person, we learned of allegations of an egregious instance of DYRS staff brutality against a young person. Following on the heels of a month of lockdowns at YSC in 2023, Disability Rights DC's report details the terrible violence that their client endured at the hands of DYRS staff in the beginnings. DYRS staff also allegedly retaliated against the young person for filing a complaint. Unfortunately, based on our clients' experiences, I can say with confidence that this was not an isolated incident. DRDC also reports that none of the staff misconduct clearly visible in video was named in DYRS's internal incident report. It's not surprising that staff present incidents in a way that show their actions in the best possible light, but it's part of a pattern that makes it likely that no one, including DC Council or even DYRS leadership, is learning the full extent of staff abuses within DYRS facilities. As the lawsuit demonstrates, if an incident that includes staff abuse results in an official incident report, it will likely exclude the staff wrongdoing. I have seen this many times. For example, we have heard details from our clients about unnecessary physical aggression on many occasions, and when we request the incident reports, there's never been any mention of staff wrongdoing in those reports. Staff also know all the spots where there is no camera coverage, something my clients have repeatedly told me, and that is also brought up in this recent lawsuit. You might think that young people will fill in these gaps in their grievances and by speaking with attorneys to file lawsuits. However, youth often do not report staff wrongdoing out of fear of retaliation. Consider that DYRS's grievance process, known as Project HANDS, goes to DYRS's Office of Internal Integrity. As DYRS has explained it to me, when OII receives a complaint, they go to the supervising YDR and ask them about it. This means that complaints about staff wrongdoing go directly back to supervisors and from there to involved staff. The potential for retaliation is very high. In fact, I have had clients who have experienced such retaliation. After submitting complaints about some of the same assaultive behavior detailed in the current lawsuit, they have experienced retaliation by other staff, such as meals being withheld or rumors circulating about them being a snitch. What about attorneys? As a lawyer, I cannot share allegations of staff misconduct without my client's consent. My clients generally do not give their consent because they are almost universally afraid of retaliation and of being labeled a snitch. And I cannot truthfully advise them that they will not suffer retaliation. My obligation is to protect their interests as they express them to me, and they rarely think that the risks of retaliation are worth the benefits of potential staff accountability. What about oversight? Unfortunately, if our oversight mechanisms are getting their information about staff misconduct only from incident reports and grievances, then they are not getting the full story. I hope that they will also affirmatively seek out and interview committed youth rather than waiting for incidents to come to them. But even if they do interview youth, it will still be difficult for them to get youth to confide in them, and two, for them to act that those youth do not experience retaliation. The fundamental problem is incarceration. Incarcerated people by nature are extremely vulnerable to abuse. My recommendations are threefold. 1, incarcerate fewer youth. The recent push in the district to rely more heavily on youth incarceration flies in the face of research, which shows that evidence-based community interventions are what reduce recidivism. The mayor has received many reports and recommendations over the years on how to do this, and has followed none of them. 2, an ombudsperson who could troubleshoot youth and family issues with DYRS won't solve everything, but it certainly could help. I thank you for introducing the bill to create a deputy ombudsman for children with a focus on oversight over DYRS. We need a council responsive chain of complaints that is truly impartial and can properly prevent retaliation. 3, give staff the training they need. I do not pretend that working as line staff in a juvenile facility is easy. Staff need regular and robust training in areas such as de-escalation, therapeutic and restorative interactions, and trauma-responsive care, so that such violent staff assaults against young people no longer occur. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am available for any questions.
Thank you. Anaya Krita.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of this committee. My name is Anya Kreider, and I'm a staff attorney at Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services. Disability Rights DC is the federally designated protection and advocacy program for people with disabilities in the District of Columbia. Per our federal mandate, Disability Rights DC serves the district's residents with disabilities through individual representation, investigations of abuse and neglect, training, and systemic advocacy. The DC Department of Healthcare Finance reported in a recent publication that on average in 2023, 87% of youth placed at a DYRS secure facility have at least one mental health diagnosis, thus placing DYRS well within the purview of disability rights work. As recent news has made painfully clear, DYRS has failed to maintain the safety of the youth it has responsibility over. While recent incidents are undoubtedly newsworthy and alarming, concerns of youth safety under DYRS are not new. Disability Rights DC recently released a report written in November 2023 entitled Youth at Risk: Dangerous Restraints and Excessive Seclusion at DYRS Facilities. My comments are largely based on this report. The report provides the disturbing details of one youth's experiences at both YSC and New Beginnings. Disability Rights DC continues to hear allegations of similar experiences. Therefore, we are particularly concerned about the response DYRS may have to these recent incidents, particularly in relation to the use of seclusion and restraints. DYRS must be vigilant in monitoring the use of restraints. DYRS's own physical intervention policy places strict controls on the use of physical interventions and physical restraint. The policy states that staff may use physical intervention against a youth only when the youth's behavior threatens imminent harm to the youth or others, or to prevent escape, and only after alternative verbal interventions have been exhausted or are impossible. The policy bans the use of 11 particular restraint techniques, including the use of pressure point control or pain compliance techniques, restriction of blood circulation or breathing, kicking or striking youth, and chokeholds. The policy also prohibits any form of excessive physical intervention, deliberate physical abuse, or physical intervention used as coercion, punishment, or retaliation. Unfortunately, Disability Rights DC has knowledge of these critical DYRS policies being blatantly disregarded to the detriment of our youth. Improper staff intervention not only traumatizes the youth, it egregiously violates laws and policies designed to protect them, and actually makes facilities more violent and less safe for staff and youth. Additionally, DYRS must not rely on the seclusion of youth as a means of facility management. Seclusion, sometimes referred to as room confinement, may appear to be a benign solution to, for example, staffing shortages. However, both DC law and DYRS policy place strict limits on the use of room confinement at DYRS facilities. Both allow for room confinement only as a last resort, where other, less restrictive measures have failed. DC law is explicit that juvenile facilities must have adequate justification to confine a youth to their room and cannot use room confinement for the purposes of discipline, punishment, administrative convenience, retaliation, or staffing shortages. To protect youth from potential trauma and psychological harm of prolonged room confinement, DYRS policy requires staff to remove the youth from room confinement as soon as the threat to self or others no longer exists, and both district law and DYRS policy state that seclusion shall not exceed 6 hours. Disability Rights DC's monitoring and investigation also uncovered systemic violations of district law and DYRS seclusion policy. For example, we have repeatedly seen YSC staff using a system called split time, where only half of the youth on a given unit are allowed out of their rooms at a time, and the other youth on the unit are forced to remain in their cells until the other youth have exhausted their time in the common area. In practice, this means that youth are confined to their rooms for lengthy intervals, not based on their behavior, but for convenience. The use of seclusion and restraint on vulnerable youth, especially children with mental health disabilities, carries a high risk of traumatization and re-traumatization. Notably, DYRS's own policy recognizes the potential for trauma, noting that isolation and solitary confinement of youth can cause serious psychological, physical, and developmental harm to residents, as well as deleterious effects on youth-staff relationships, which ultimately impacts facility safety and security. DYRS has the responsibility to ensure that all youth in their custody are safe and free from abuse and neglect. Disability Rights DC recommends that to safely care for youth, DYRS must at minimum prioritize trauma-informed staff training, comply with regulatory requirements, increase the staff-to-youth ratio, allow for external monitoring, and foster greater transparency. Thank you again for this opportunity to submit testimony on these important issues.
Thank you. Pastor John Davis.
To all concerning listeners, I thank y'all for this opportunity. Councilmember Trayon White. I testify here this day to make light of the lack that our youth are suffering. We all watch first and foremost that they have a father figure that they lack. They lack education. They lack supervision. They lack patience and tolerance from a society that created by the older folks that had the same lack. It is imperative that we all roll up our sleeves. I work a lot with Love More and CFSA, Thriving Families, Safe for Children, and we believe that kids should be thriving and not just surviving. It's time for us to come together collectively, stop pointing fingers, stop blaming everybody, and create that grandmother atmosphere again, where it was safe for kids to play in our streets. It's only one way we're going to do that. We're going to have to rebuild brave spaces for our children. We're going to have to rebuild brave spaces for our families. This is a family disease. I'm very aware of what's going on with the opioids because it's happening in our streets every day. It's a trickle-down effect. It's no way we're going to save any kids if we're not working to try to help the families. So I came here today accepting that our families are traumatized. It's not just the kids. They suffering from what we suffered years ago. So now it's just a point where we have to come together and stop blaming each other and just find solutions by being innovative and create brave spaces so our kids will feel safe talking to us about really what's going on in their life. I'm sitting here now about to go on Child and Family Services to do a video about some of the work that we've been doing, trying to just make kids feel more safer. I just did an art project and it was with kids and it was with DC jail inmates. And it was amazing. Once we create spaces for them, they are beautiful people. They want to do more, but they forced to be stuck in these concrete jungles that they grow up in. And it's time for us to come together. It's just the bottom line, we're going to have to come together collectively, not play the blaming game, and love our kids. This is a disease that we suffer from, and the main lack that they suffering from is the lack of love. So I thank you for giving me this opportunity. And if it's any questions that I could answer, I am more than willing to do so. I thank y'all for giving me this opportunity. It takes a village. We're going to have to come together. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we've also been joined by at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson. I'm not sure if you have an opening statement, Councilwoman. If not, we'll keep going.
I don't, Councilmember White. You can keep going.
All right, thank you. And I'll try to be brief because I really want to get to the government witnesses, but I did have some questions for this particular panel. Mr. Ferreira, you talked about the trauma-informed care for youth at DYRS. And we've been talking about that in the community as well. To Pastor John's point, that the ability for us to reach the whole family, including the parents, in a spirit of love and restoration, because we're seeing a repetitive cycle. What do you suggest as a type of trauma-informed care that should be integrated with the already given care at the facility, I guess, a New Beginnings and YSC? And also other agencies as well.
Yes, I think it's, I'll talk about it on two levels, kind of the individual level and then the systemic level. I think systemically, we don't have a trauma responsive system either before juvenile legal system involvement or afterwards. Often we forget that young people have been through a lot of trauma, that it's impacted their bodies, that it's impacted their brains, that it's changed their stress response system. And we're approaching them in a way that amplifies the stress that they've experienced and the trauma that they've experienced and actually triggers them, rather than in a way that helps them heal and de-escalate. get back to a status quo, get down to a baseline, relax their stress response system. And so at the systemic level, we aren't equipped for it. It feels sometimes like we're not really even actually trying at the systemic level. On the individual level, I don't think we're providing the types of trauma responsive interventions that could be particularly effective. One intervention in particular that we have spoken to the agency about trying to pilot or launch in the past, and I've heard mixed things about when it's happening or if it is happening at all, is an intervention called EMDR, which what it is, it's a individualized intervention. It's a method of therapy that helps realign's not quite the right word, but really helps a young person's stress response system heal. So it helps change the neural pathways in the brain, its relationship to the stress response system, in order to help a young person heal from the trauma that they've experienced in the past.
Heal like what? Give me an example in practice. Help them heal from therapy by doing what?
Yeah, so in particular, and this is a promising therapeutic intervention, but this actually works with young people and adults as well. But you are, while the therapist is helping you process and talk about trauma that you've experienced in the past, you are following a series of lights on a screen. And the combination of those two things helps to change your brain and helps to change your body in a way that helps a young person become less hypervigilant and less hyper-aroused. And so what happens with trauma is it literally imprints itself on our brain and on our body. And if we don't heal people at that level, it makes it difficult or more difficult to intervene with other interventions as well. And so what we need to be doing is helping people heal physically from the trauma. We need to help people heal psychologically from the trauma. And then we need to help communities heal from the trauma as well, so that they can be that protective buffer for a young person when they're released back into the community.
Got it. Thank you. I'm gonna keep going for the sake of time. There are a number of other points, Mr. Ferrer, you talked about, but I'll get into them later in the discussion with the director. Can I call you Miss Whitney? Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
I don't want to butcher your last name again. I do hear you about transparency, and I believe that transparency is critical because you cannot get to a solution without addressing all the issues that leads up to the problem. And when things are left out, it gives the appearance of secrecy and dishonesty. And in my experience with DYRS, I've been a council member for 7 years, been involved with DYRS as a council member for, I believe, 5. And I'm on my third director. Third, I believe. And different director styles are different. But I think that it has to be a system in place that is able to encompass transparency regardless who's in leadership and who is in a staff position. And so we get information all the time, and not always from, like you alluded to, incident reports. There are other ways that we get information as council members, as city officials. I guess my question for you is, when your clients have received retaliation for voicing their concerns, what do you see as the response or interactions with the staff persons?
After the retaliation, you mean, or what is the retaliation?
Yeah, as you said in your testimony that some youth who allege wrongdoings by staff receive retaliation. So what does that look like?
In one instance, and like I said, I have to be somewhat generalized because for some clients I don't have permission. Others
I totally
do.
understand. Yep.
But some I do. In one case, it was a dinner withheld and just offered a peanut butter jelly sandwich instead, and with no explanation that it was right. It was maybe like within 48 hours of the complaint. And this particular client had already been really, he was pretty sure he was going to experience retaliation, and I was trying to like help him still get his story out. In another case, the rumors sort of instantly spread among the youth that the child was a quote snitch. And that is a very dangerous reputation, as you know, for a child to have. So those are the two ones that I can talk about and that I've experienced directly. In many cases, it's that latter that the youth are most concerned about because that is probably the one that affects their physical safety the most.
Got it. What do you suggest for any additional oversight to deal with I guess accountability amongst youth and staff? Because some of it, I mean, a lot in your cases, from what I'm hearing, especially with the related lawsuit, is a lot of staff involved issues. Um, and I hear from both sides. I hear from staff, I hear from youth, I hear from the agencies, I hear from parents, I hear from the advocates that work with the parents and the youth. And it seems like a big conundrum of information, but no real form of, it's hard to find the truth when there's so many different stories, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we lean on some of the independent agencies to research, get information and data, but also internal investigations, MPD investigations, which you'll hear more about as I interview the director, about some of the things we know about that has not been escalated to law enforcement that should have. And so just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Sure. I think there are a number of possibilities. One is a culture shift. I think everybody needs to feel safe. The staff need to feel safe. The youth need to feel safe. And so there's not a sense of we have to protect each other. I feel like the staff feel like they have to protect each other, which reduces transparency. But if they felt safe, and both physically and otherwise, and that culture would allow more transparency, I expect. I also think there should be maybe better ways of youth to get their stories out where it's not individualized. For example, they do have a youth advisory council at New Beginnings, which I'm really excited about. But I do think that advisory council should be able to report outside of DYRS and talk to people outside of DYRS so that they could take youth feedback for those who don't want to come forward and talk about it to someone like the council or an ombudsperson or someone outside of DYRS to give that feedback, or even the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, the mayors, they have a youth leaders in action committee, they could talk to them, as has been brought up in the past. So I think those are the top ones that come to mind, other than, and I don't know how realistic it is to review video footage that isn't already specifically being investigated, but it may be that some sort of more detailed review of video footage would be useful.
Got it. I understand that. All right. And I guess we are still trying to strengthen the council or in the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight to stay informed to get those grievances as well. Are you in communication with them at all?
As a coalition, mostly, not personally, although other members of my staff have been.
Okay. I'm gonna jump to Ms. Kreider. Does the DRD currently have lawsuits filed against DYRS on behalf of a youth?
No. So the report that we wrote is cited in litigation, but beyond
Okay.
the report, we're not involved with that litigation.
Okay. And in your work, how do you become aware of the daily interactions going on at DYRS?
Yes, so I do monthly visits to New Beginnings in YSC and get a chance to speak with youth then. And we also do some discharge planning for youth. So I have some individual clients whose experiences I know. And then also in speaking to youth and their parents then will report back to us. We also have people that just reach out to our intake line with concerns.
Okay. And how many staff do you have assigned that works with the agency?
I am the sole staff person that works with youth at DRDC.
So when I heard you say a call comes in, the call comes in from who?
So a parent will reach out and share their concerns about their youth safety.
Okay. Okay. Do you work at all in partnership with Parent Watch?
I do not.
Okay. Are you familiar with Parent Watch?
I'm not.
Okay. Got you. I'm gonna jump to Pastor John Davis. Pastor Davis, you talked about some critical incidents happening in the community that is often spilling over into our detention facilities. And you talked about climate and the culture, what's happening in the streets, and not and parents and also youth not getting the adequate resources generationally. And as a result, the trauma and the drama continues. And I know you are doing remarkable work in the community, uh, and you have been in Ward 8 doing work uh, through street ministry, even in the facilities. Based on your expertise, how do you feel that the district um, what gaps are you seeing in the district that we need to close to ensure that we are including families in our community engagement and not just reacting to the youth?
Yeah, many years ago, I worked with Sasha Bruce, and I used to do home visits a lot. And it used to bother me because if I walk in a home and I could see, and that's what I kind of been working on with CFSA, driving family safe for children. Um, if I walk in a home and I see that the home maybe be dirty or it's not up to what I would think a home should be, I shouldn't jump right to the conclusion that the mother is unfit. I should really try to see what kind of measures can be taken to try to save that family. We so quick to blame the parents when we don't even know what the parents have been through. A lot of them have been through so much trauma themselves. It's almost like they do the best they can and it doesn't work out. So it's almost like they give up. And I think we need to really find ways to assign people to them, like this peer stuff that's going on now. Assign people to them that can meet them where they are and not criticize them or not point the finger on them or not make them feel bad about themselves, where we can work with them because we're finding out that kids are better in their homes, whether they broken or not, than being in foster care. That's what we've been finding out. So if we can find ways to strengthen the families, I go into jail a lot. If we can find ways to repair that relationship between the fathers and their kids, even while they're incarcerated, it's too late to walk away from it. It is what it is. We need to address our problems where we find them. You know, I remember back in the day, it was a lot of pen pal stuff going on between families and people
I
that's
remember that.
incarcerated.
Yep.
We have to get back to keeping families together, regardless to how. Because we find out the families, I was better off sleeping on my grandmother's floor with 12 cousins than living in Georgetown with some white family I didn't know. You know, I just want to be around my bloodline. I want to feel comfortable with my people. We got to find a way to strengthen our families. That's the bottom
Yeah,
line. We
I
got to
agree with
meet
that.
families we got to meet them where they are. We
I'm
can't.
over, Pastor John. I want to thank I'm over my time.
Okay.
Uh,
Thank you.
but I did want to stress the issue of families, and DC is very interconnected. I just left the unfortunate funeral of baby Taya Settles, who's 3 years old, and then even there, I saw some of her family. I didn't even know all of them all of those individuals I knew along the way were actually connected to each other. And you find it a lot going to funerals, weddings, just large gatherings. And so we are closer than we know. Thank you, Pastor John. I'm gonna go to the next panel. I apologize for taking my time. We're gonna jump right into it. Tawana Johnson, Sandra Seegers, Commissioner Miracle Bryant, Lavon Williams, Waris Majid, Raheem Jenkins, and Tara Martin. We're going to elevate everyone to this particular panel, which I would ask for more time because it's over our usual number of panelists. And that's all I have. Kyle, if we have anyone else, let me know. I want to try to push through this so we can get to our government witnesses. I don't see Miss Johnson yet. So not seeing Miss Johnson, we're gonna go right ahead. Miss Johnson, if you are here, if you can raise your hand in the chat, we'll elevate you. We're gonna go jump right to Miss Sandra S.S. Seegers.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councilmember White. And thanks for having this hearing. I'm Sandra S.S. Seegers, a Ward 8 resident and founder of CRAVE, which is Concerned Residents Against Violence. The public safety issues I have do not involve DYRS. My issues are with the City Council and the Office of the Attorney General, OAG. The council needs to change the law so that for certain crimes, minors can be charged as adults. And the OAG needs to stop coddling and pampering young criminals. When AG Brian Schwab said children should be treated as children, sent a chill up my spine because he came across as delusional to think that children acting out of character and committing adult crimes should be treated as children. Then the same minors are sent to DYRS, and the council and others expect DYRS to work miracles and change their behavior overnight. That is a matter of mixing neighborhoods when the minors are incarcerated at DYRS. The facility needs to be larger so they can separate the inmates in a manner that helps to avoid altercations. The inmates know the law is so lenient that they can commit crimes and not get punished adequately. Before they get to DYRS, there needs to be measures in place to help the youth and the families. The law needs to be changed so that when a parent asks the city for help, they will not be charged with neglect. Once that law is put in place, the law needs to be changed so that the parents can be charged or court-ordered to parenting classes to better raise their children. I support the work that Sam Abed and John Mean are doing at DYRS. The council needs to support them too and give them all the tools they need to assist them as they try to change the behavior of our juvenile delinquents. We need to find out if the youth is evaluated for any behavioral health issues, if there are enough staff there, enough programs, enough counseling, and enough classes. We cannot ask the staff to stand by and not defend themselves when attacked by an inmate. So those are some of the things I'm asking the council to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Commissioner Bryant.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dolores Bryan, but I am better known as Miracle. I am currently at ANC for the community that I was born and raised in. In 2008 and 2015, I lost both of my parents to violence in my neighborhood. I am here to advocate on the youth's behalf to ensure that effective programming is back in our schools, libraries, recreation, and rehab centers. Due to a strict grandmother and police department who ensured youth safety and school attendance, I took my education very seriously. I also dealt with oppression, discrimination, and most of all, poverty within our marginalized communities. Imagine growing up having to deal with trauma every single day to keep pushing to survive. But that did not stop me. And due to my behavior, I was connected with the best mentors in the city, Peaceaholics, U.S. Attorney's Office, and 70 Police Station D5 program. They labeled me as an intelligent troublemaker, and I stand here today as a product of my environment and a college graduate. To prevent any more legal issues, I was forced at a young age to participate in these programs, and I'm glad that I did. I am now pursuing my master's in social work at Howard University and serve on the student council so I can show you guys how it's really done. I know the city is very disappointed in our youth, but show some empathy. We are still humans and deserve to be treated fairly no matter the offense. We were raised off of survival, not love. Do I need to go back to our history? We as Blacks always had to fight to keep our head above water. I believe that more than half of DYRS employees are not passionate about their job. They do not have the strength to ensure that our youth get the services that they need to prevent legal issues. Instead, they take punishment to a whole nother level, which traumatizes our youth, make it very hard for them to progress or accomplish goals that they have set for themselves. For employees, there should be mandatory self-care days, therapy, and consistent training to prevent burnout. Leadership in DYRS and related agencies needs to be someone who can emphasize and understand that our children are our future and that the employees are acknowledged and appreciated. After 2019, it's like the government gave up on us. We are the nation's capital, and we are very unique in so many ways. Let's normalize putting our children first again. Let's hire social workers with similar backgrounds that can relate to the youth. Let's bring positive role models who are determined no matter how long it takes. Children watch everything that we do. It is important that money is put in the budget for more employees, better facilities, and effective programming. DC's 2023 PIT count is 704 homeless children in the DC families, and the 2022 youth counted 948 homeless youth under the age of 25. Where's the programming inside of DYRS? We need mental health education, entrepreneur workshops, something to have our youth to look forward to when they're released. In conclusion, the policies and laws that were implemented and created long ago do not and will not work for this new generation. We need people who are creative, not afraid to be authentic and genuine. My job is not to judge people by their actions, but to understand their behavior, the root of it, and help find new solutions. Remember, children can sense bad energy and vibes, and that will also be reciprocated. Thank you.
Thank you. Lavon Williams. Dr. Waris Majid. Yeah, me.
Good day, council member. I was asked to speak today about some of the issues that are happening at the DYRS facility, and I just had three very brief points that I wanted to make. Number one, the issues that have been presented in the media is really an opportunity for all of us as a city, not DYRS, not government, but just as a city completely to accept this responsibility. I believe that the youth in the DYRS system have been failed by all of the systems that they have touched so far, starting with their family system, with the educational system, and even the healthcare system that they have so far been associated with. And now they're getting into this prison system, even though that's not considered a prison. And we have to intervene at this point. So that is really the first thing that I want us to understand, is that they've come through all of these broken systems, and now we have broken young men and young ladies, and we're kind of trying to figure out why that's happening. Each system has been broken. I also believe that we cannot continue to keep saying the village, rebuilding the village. I believe that these young people and their families, we need to stop with rebuilding the tribe. And that tribe is their mothers, the fathers, the aunts, the uncles, the grandmothers, the grandfathers. The parental support that we know that we need, that we see when it works with other programs that have that parental support that's put into these programs, very similar to like the Oasis program, and understanding when we do this parental support, we have to also understand the cycles and the systems that the parents are subject to as well. This is nothing that just started. These are issues that have been going on for a long time that we have not really taken our time to try to figure out. And when we do bring something up, or we do create something that we know is working, right? A lot of times what we do is we put the pause on those things, right? We put commas and periods on those things as opposed to continue to do those things. We have to support these parents. I've been in the facility several times, been able to work with a lot of these individuals, specifically the men. These are amazing, amazing young leaders, right? That just need to be directed in a different way. But a lot of times what happens is the systems and the structure that they have to come home to is not in place. And that is where we fail at as a community. So I feel like the more that we take time to find a way to strengthen the systems that they come home to, right? The foundation that they come home to, we're going to start to see a lot of these issues that the media has used to make us feel like our kids are now a burden to society when they're actually a blessing will start to go away. The last thing is when we're talking about this mentoring, I want us to make sure we start saying true mentoring programs, right? And a real community approach. We've had several programs, many that have been introduced to, council, many that have been introduced to private industry, to nonprofits and community-based organizations that we have not really implemented. And if we really want to do this, number one, we need to start at the elementary levels, the elementary years. These mentoring programs need to transfer from elementary to junior high and follow these individuals as they're starting to develop and mature themselves. As we see mentors, that is what's changing, right? I'm a DC resident, born and raised. I've been a part of all of these failed systems that these young people have been a part of. The only thing that is different between where I am now and where I was when I was at the age of these young people have been the individuals who've come into my life. Not government, not DYRS, not any of these things. So that's one of the things that we have to understand. And also, when we do talk about agencies like a DYRS, I want us to be very clear. DYRS, government, I don't care what agency, they still represent this community. So there is no fine line between government and community. Government is community, and community has to be government. When we get back to that mindset and that thinking mindset, I believe that we are going to start to see some changes. So, council member, I believe as a community, we have come together. We do have some things that we would like to implement, that we would like to see, starting in the tribe, which is the parents first, going into the elementary schools, the junior high schools, the high schools, reclaiming our community so that the young people start to feel like this is somewhere that they can thrive, that they can feel safe, right? And I believe, and when we start to address that, I believe that we're going to start seeing these problems go away, and we're going to start solving these things so that the next generation is a benefit from all of the things that you all have done now. So I appreciate your time, and I look forward to working with you on the solutions to try to help our young people and our future leaders.
Thank you. My brother Raheem Jenkins. You're still muted.
Good afternoon.
No.
Thank you, Councilmember White, for convening this most necessary roundtable discussion relative to DYRS and their care and custody. I am Raheem Jenkins. I currently head the National Center for Juvenile Justice Reform. I'm also a Washington native, born and raised, and tenured on the executive staff of both DYRS and the Department of Corrections, and also served a couple of mayors in the executive office of the mayor in DC. I find it extremely interesting, the comments that I think the representatives from the universities and what I consider the other think tanks in their testimony. What I find interesting is that I find it difficult to treat undiagnosed trauma. And we are a community that young people now are being faced with trauma, but it's been, you can't diagnose it until, you can't treat it until you've come up with a diagnosis. And the challenge for the diagnosis in my comments is directed toward the practitioners, those of us that do this work who are charged with establishing a treatment modality to help young people navigate these very difficult waters. And what I think that we are missing is that we have to first admit that this is a culture that we've never seen before in young people. And I've been doing this work now for almost 40 years. And I've not always been on this side of the track. But young people that we're seeing now are faced with challenges and hardships that has never been seen before. The other part of the lack of that diagnosis, what finds itself literally based in their DNA, is the fact that this is the first generation that I have seen that is faithless. And when I say faithless, I mean that they are not connected to any place of worship. And if you were to do a survey in George Washington, Georgetown, I would love to see a survey that was done for 11-year-olds to 30 years old. And one of the questions on that survey should be, have you been baptized? Now, I am a Muslim calling for that question. And I would almost venture to say to you that you will find that most folk in that age bracket, the only time that they've experienced a place of worship is at a funeral. It's not Sunday school. It's not Bible study. It's not choir rehearsal. It's not teen society. It's not going to church on Sunday. So that faith component is missing. So part of that answer is that the faith community, we're going to have to come out of the comforts of our places of worship and bring this work exactly to where it is in the communities where it is most needed. We can't preach from the pulpit and think that they're going to hear it on 37th or over in Simple City. Therein lies the challenge. The third piece is this: the social workers, the psychologists, the psychiatrists, we've got to admit that we've got to get back in rooms. We've got to come up with a different treatment modality because they are not equipped to deal with this generation of young people. They are just different. Their personalities are different. Their characters are different, and their hardships are much more pronounced and profound than ever before, which while we are seeing the senseless acts of violence because there's no connection to family. Before I left DYRS, council member, I just want to share this before I close. I had suggested that the credible messages and case managers would gather with identified families, and that they would share a meal in the evening. DYRS had committed to provide the money for those meals. The families would go out and do the shopping, come back to the home, prepare the meal. The credible messenger, the case manager, would be a part of that process. It affords them the opportunity to be able to do a needs assessment of that family, to see what are the needs that grandma might have, the sister that has 2 kids with no daycare, to be able to get that kind of assessment and then pass that information on to the other sister agencies in district government. What the case managers came back to share, the challenge for them was this. They came back and they said, Brother Rahim, we've done the assessment. We've identified the families that we're looking to have participate in these meals, but most of the families don't have dining room tables. So that speaks volumes to that if families are not gathering together and sharing meals, therein lies a challenge, that the disconnect there. And so that kind of work, if they don't have a dining room table, then you can almost imagine that there's no gathering as family. That family structure does not exist.
Got you, Brother Raheem. If you can land the plane, we can go to the next witness.
Okay.
If you...
So in that instance, I think that practitioners need to get back to the table to come up with a treatment modality that's appropriate for this generation of young people that we're seeing now. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Now we hear from Mr. Williams. If you can unmute yourself.
You can hear me? I'm good.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
How you doing? My name is Levon Williams. I'm a former youth. I went through the Oak Hill system. I've been to group homes, shelter houses. I was wrongfully convicted. I went through the DC jails, the federal system. So I have a very good idea of what them young guys are going through, right? And simple and plain, man, those young guys need more people around that they can look up to, that's sincere, that's not just talking a good game, that's interacting with them, that's building a sincere bond with them, and not just once they get locked up, but from the street, because a lot of them young guys, man, once they get over there, to YC or on the Mount Olive Road, a lot of people come in preaching a good game. They know everything right to say to them, right? But you got to mind yourself, them young guys had enough of being lied to when they was younger, and their parents told them there was a such thing as Santa Claus. So they know what it looks like. A lot of them young guys, parents are drug addicts. A lot of them young guys, mothers, were involved in prostitution. So they know game when they see it, right? They know when somebody just, they chasing they chasing a check, and they trying to benefit off of them. They know what it look like, right? And I heard somebody, speaking about the traumas that they suffer, right? When them young guys grew up in DC, Maryland, Virginia, wherever they grew up at, right? They were abused mentally and physically, right? So to take that abuse, right? They've been longing for a family structure. They've been longing for a family setting, and they went to the streets and found it, right? So with all that misplaced hate, all that confusion, that childhood depression, and to be held in a building, and then on top of the abuse they grew up dealing with and having to, grow tough skin for, they're in that placement, right? And they're receiving the same kind of abuse that they grew up feeling and going through inside their place, not just from their peers, other young dudes, but from staff too. You got staff in there that's physically and mentally abusing those kids, right? And it's doing nothing to them but reminding them of what they already been through, right? And it's making them even worse than they were before. So like I say, I don't want to hold up too much time, right? But it's just about putting people around, credible people, man, around kids, man, that they can relate to and that they can believe are really there for them, and not just somebody that's trying to get a paycheck or trying to sound. People run around every day reading books and magazines about what to say or what these kids need, right? But when they get around them kids and them kids don't feel that sincerely, you speaking to a dead, or you speaking to, you better off talking to the walls. They'll laugh, they'll smile, because kids are crafty, but kids are very, very smart, and they are very, very aware of what's going on around, especially those kinds of kids.
Gotcha.
Especially those kinds of kids.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Stay on. For those who we have questions for, I'm gonna jump right into it. I want to start with Ms. Seegers. I heard you talk about the council need to have stiffer penalties to charge youth as adults. And historically, you know this for a fact that we have Title 16 in the district, and probably in the last 4 years, over 40 youth have been tried as adults and convicted and pretty much sent out of state for those who have been convicted of those crimes. When you refer to that, what exact charges are you talking about?
Rape, aggravated assault, murder. Those are the main three.
Yeah.
Because when you mix them with the children the ones that's in there to do children crime, like breaking a window, stealing candy, even fights. They don't mix well. They're going to have a different attitude.
Yeah, to my knowledge, Title 16 youth are on a separate unit. And just recently, the director created a new policy where anybody who is over 17 now is no longer in DYS facility, has been transferred to DC jail. And part of that is that we have youth as young as 12 years old inside the facility. That includes, we also have male and female in the facility as well. So that is something new that I can attest to that has happened.
Okay. Is there any way possible that if a young person get charged as an adult, which they should in some cases, they serve their time at DYRS until they are 18, then transfer it out?
Because DC is not a state, and
Yeah.
if they're charged as adults, they are sent to a federal penitentiary somewhere in the country. And we don't know, even listen to Mr. Williams, how that's making them better. Because you're 16 and going to a facility of a 44-year-old man that's been there 20 years, you have to adapt. And sometimes a sheep can become a wolf in that environment. And in fact, the end results are worse than the first. And so we have to figure out, based on research, based on data, what's really working to help our youth, because the agency is called Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. So the reality is that we're supposed to be rehabbing our young people, and we're not seeing that on any level. And to your point, I think that we have to figure out a way that's going to work both for accountability in the community and accountability inside the facility.
I agree.
I want to jump real quick to Mr. Majid. Are you still here? There he is. You mentioned a holistic approach to youth development and what you are doing, and you emphasize mentorship, and you said emphasize real mentoring. What is real mentoring, and what is your philosophy about a holistic approach to youth development? You're muted.
So, so I think first of all, council member, when I say the word real mentoring, I think we kind of get caught up in the brother. I think his name was Mr. Williams. He even mentioned it, right? There are a lot of people who have used this word of mentoring and created this profession. And not understanding, number one, paid mentoring, I believe, is necessary. However, if a person is doing mentoring and the paycheck is the greatest value of that, then that is a person that should not be a mentor, number one. Number two, there's training that has to go into mentoring, because it's specifically for our young men and young women, what they need, that's very high burnout. So if you're not, if you don't understand what that position looks like, you will be on that list to being burnt out. The other thing is we have to get away from this thing that, and when I say relevant experience, just because you were incarcerated, just because you are from the streets, just because you've done these things does not mean that you are qualified to be a mentor. Not only that, our young people, they need a variety of mentors. I've learned just as much from my OG on the corner as I have from the brother who was a scientist that did not take the path that I took. So we need to also understand that we want to have a variety of these mentors, and we want to make sure we have a training program that vets these individuals. And these mentors also have to know how to work with the support system of the young person. You cannot leave someone out. When the brother said that you go to the house and there was not a dinner table, that is not something that you don't go to school to learn that. You just don't. This is something that has to be in you, and you have to be a part of that family to understand what's going on. So that is the approach that we have to take with our young people. And I think once we do that, we're going to see how we start to develop an individual, and not just because of what we think, but what we know. Right? And so that's basically what I was talking about.
Thank you for that, and I look forward to following up. And I know you have the classes on Thursdays. That's been very powerful. Unsure when the next one is, but would like to participate in that, if you can send me that information.
Absolutely. Every third Thursday, we building a boardroom to support these individuals.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The last one was powerful. I'm gonna jump to Commissioner Bryant. First of all, I'm proud of you. I think that even hearing some of the obstacles you overcame is a testament to your faith and your strength. And there are so many youth who have similar stories that haven't been able to just, I guess, maximize their potential and get to where they need to be. I wanted to ask you, as a current student at Howard University, what are some of the steps you took to overcome some of those challenges, and not just overcome personally, but you put your life on the line to be a commissioner to give back to your community? What helped you get there?
Well, first I had to go to therapy because, of course, I had to address my own trauma and the obstacles that I was going through before I can decide to help anyone else in my community. I decided to go to Howard because I just wanted to, enhance my credentials as well as learn how to deal with at-risk youth, and how to advocate for the Black community better. But honestly, as I stated before, it was my mentors from the U.S. Attorney's Office to 7D to Peaceaholics. I had different mentors that did similar things that I wanted to do when, I graduate from Howard University. So they continued to push me and just basically inspired me to keep going. So therapy is definitely mental health, taking care of your mental health, self-care was just always my number one priority.
Thank you. I appreciate you for that. I'm gonna ask you, Mr. Jenkins, how can the juvenile justice system work with community organizations and our mental health professionals to create, I guess, a seamless support network for youth and also for their families?
I think that one of the things that I think it was shared earlier, council member, that this is a burden larger than DYRS, and it has so many historical components to it. So it's almost unfair assessment to drop all of the burden on DYRS. I think that on the other hand, though, there are based on all of the resources that we currently have, if we've got social workers, if we've got credible messengers, and we've got all of these entities on the ground, the key that's happening is that there's no shared conversation, no shared information, no shared communication. One of the things that we're suffering with all of the balance relative to these young people is that, as I mentioned earlier, faith-based should be flooding DYRS. Just recently, it was this past Ramadan, as you well know, it was approximately 80 some young people at DYRS in New Beginnings saying that they were Muslim experiencing Ramadan, wanting to experience Ramadan. Then that's incumbent upon the Muslim population to own that group of young people, to provide Director Abed and DYRS all of the support that they can get. The same with the pastor that was on, to provide that same kind of service to Christians. So there needs to be greater communication, but leadership, it also rests with leadership. It rests with the mayor's office. She's going to have to be able to bring the ones together, the Office of Gun Violence together, and have more shared communication and working together across these lines in order for us to be more comprehensive in developing a adequate treatment modality so that we can begin to do this work.
And I know you were around when we had the CCCYVP, CY Coordinated Council of Youth Violence Prevention, if I can remember that name, where we had holistic conversations between everyday lay people in the community, government organizations. It was heavily led by the nonprofit community. And it was constant communication. And, I heard even Mr. Williams and also Ms. Bryan talk about the Peaceaholics during that time. But it was a lot of community involvement, which inevitably made some inroads to get people some alternatives to violence. Is that what you're referring to, something like that, or not?
Absolutely. And leadership has to It can be coordinated by community-based organizations, but elected leadership is going to have to come out and support and empower that kind of effort. But you're right, it was working. The shared intel that those credible messages assigned to Northwest, then they need to be able to communicate to those assigned to Southeast. When that communication doesn't happen, we have problems. When agencies are not communicating about the same children under the leadership of the council and the executive office of the mayor, when that intel, when that communication doesn't happen, then we find ourselves with DYRS being on an island by itself, having adequate staffing and staffing continued in-service training, updated in-service training, and support from community. And then it's easy for us to point the finger at DYRS and say it's an agency failing. So it's not hard to see why it's failing, because it doesn't have the real support that it needs.
Thank you for that. And I brought that up in a few council conversations, but again, as you alluded to, it has to have come from the executive branch. And the mayor can push the agencies to get involved, have some leadership, some financial implications, and some goals. I don't know if you saw, but in Secure DC, I amended the bill to force the executive branch to come up with a public safety plan, because there's really no plan for public safety as it gets worse by the day. And I even heard the narrative in the last 2 weeks that crime is down. Like, that's what really hurt us in the first place, because you're not addressing what's really. We've had 5 youth shot in the last 4 weeks. I attended the funeral of a baby, a 3-year-old, Talia, this morning. I went to a funeral last week of a 15-year-old boy. Last week also a 15-year-old girl. So, I mean, we have to be able to really tell the truth about what's going on, put the necessary time and energy to addressing it. That has been largely neglected. I want to jump to Mr. Levon Williams. You spoke in reference to your experience being detained as a juvenile and even as an adult, and you were given a chance to come home. What has helped you to get back acclimated to the community, become a voice of reason for young people, and also, a voice of reason for those who may be getting into trouble in the streets?
You can hear me?
Yep.
Well, what has made me become a voice of reason? Because I'm seeing the same behaviors that I saw growing up. And it's just that, back then, when I was a youth, I couldn't identify it, right? I didn't know how to define what we were going through as a whole, right? But, growing up and getting older, I was able to, start to identify what it is. And, now that I'm back into the community, I see the problem. I see the cause and the effect. That's just like, for prime example, all of the families that are about to be put out their homes, right, because of the budget cut. That's nothing but a spike in the crimes. Because now children that you're saying, that the mayor's saying, okay, well, we have these shelters you could go to. You think children want to be known to be living in the shelter when they go to school the next day? There are children right now that would rather go steal a car and sleep in the car, or carjack somebody for a car and sleep in the car, than say that I have to go sleep in the shelter. Because they're going to get teased. And childhood bullying is real. There are kids that took their own lives because they were being talked about for not having a pair of a pair of Jordans when I was growing up. You know what I mean? And the shoes now are way more expensive than what it was back then, right? So for all these families to be displaced, and what they do is 2,400 eviction notices, man, going out. And now so you can, going through it, I can identify Oh, okay, well, you about to put them kids in a situation where now they about to want to help their mothers out. You know what I mean? Because now it's mothers that's about to start, you know, messing with multiple men, and they got teenage sons that's not gonna like that. So what they gonna say? Don't you know, Mom? You ain't got to do that. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna do, you know, I'm gonna help you out. And there are mothers that's gonna allow their children to help them out, because guess what? They going through homelessness, and they, you know, and they don't want to take, because like one little kid, I was speaking to some kids the other day, and I'm out. I mean, this child got to be no more than 10, 11 years old. He said, man, I don't, you know, those children not having a place to stay isn't right, because it's COVID out here, right? And we all know how unsafe shelters can be, right? So, you know, it's just, I see, you know, the call. And just like when I was growing up, man, it's a lot of government officials that's causing it. You know, they causing it. And then they turn around and act like they got the solution to a problem that they aid and assisting in. You know, and it's not, you know, it's not just going to be a problem in DC. It's because when we were kids, when we was roaming around looking for trouble, we'd go to DC, Maryland, and Virginia. So displacing 2,400 families, you know, you could talk about Title 16. What children you know right now, right, that are easily to influence or easy to, you know, what children you know right now are thinking they're far to the future. They living for the moment.
Yeah.
In their minds, they saying, if I can get away with it, I'm going to try to get away with it. Then once they get Title 16 and go over Oak Hill, DC jail, wherever they go, now they learn to be even more worse of a criminal. And you breaking them because now they're used to being locked in the cell.
Yeah,
So
I
they
want to add to that real quick. I had an opportunity to spend time at Kramer on yesterday.
Right.
Uh, and oftentimes historically there were like a few kids that was involved or just kind of truant and just getting in trouble. But now we're seeing it spreading to the kids that has not historically been involved, and the peer pressure has become greater, partly because of social media and other related factors, and it become a social norm to be in the mix. And you know, I teach a class every Monday at Kramer, and part of my thing is that you can't have anything on your head when you come to the class now. But I think that if we work on the inside, the outside is inevitable. So I kind of try to have a healthy balance with that. But I'm noticing as a defense mechanism, young men in particular want to look the part, not because they are the part, but they want to look like, yeah, don't mess with me. I ain't having it over here. But I also understood from expert in youth development that a lie not corrected in time becomes truth in your mind. So that which you are portraying can easily become your truth. Because as we say in the streets, you're gonna have to stand on that if that's what you're portraying, and that someone's gonna come test your gangster. And I heard a recurring theme today involving mentoring, someone interceding and giving youth, boys and the girls, direction. We've had extensive conversation about the boys, but the reality is the African American females are the fastest growing population in the prison industry. And so we have to figure out a way to intervene and guide them as well. I just wanted to pause before I go off. We got 3 more minutes. I'm adding. Anyone want to speak to that before we go to our government witnesses? Right, Mr. Brother Jenkins, I see you.
Okay, and what's interesting, particularly with the adult female population, most women who are incarcerated statistically leave school-age children behind, and they do longer time, believe it or not, and they're sent further away because the closest place to us is Alderson, West Virginia, in terms of female incarceration. And so I'm so proud of the ANC commissioner that's here. Congratulations with all the things that she's accomplished. And I encourage her, as a suggestion from an old head on the block, to start focusing on programs distinct and special for young women. That's where I would like to see you redirect your focus and exclusively go back and get them young queens and share your story and your program, because we're not doing enough work that's tailor-made, council member, for females. And they have challenges that's completely unique and separate from the boys. And oftentimes we know how to be dads, but in terms of the crisis that they're going through now, they need a woman's touch.
Thank you.
I definitely agree that I just believe that women do give men strength. So if we focus on the women and their mental health and getting them to accomplish their goals, it could rub off on their brother, sister, husband, or fiance. So I agree.
Thank you. Anyone else want to add to that before we transition? Mr. Williams.
You know what I've been seeing? I've been seeing an increase. Back when I was growing up, the females took little girls under the wing. The females, you know, they guided and they told them, hey, that's not ladylike. You know, this is how, you know, but now I don't see too many females taking them little girls under the wing. I see little boys taking them little girls under the wing. Little girls are running around hanging up under little boys, and little boys are teaching them little girls how to be, you know, and like that's what's different from, you know, now and then. You know, little girls back then wanted to be little girls,
Yeah.
but getting training from other boys. So, you know, their whole mindset is you know, is trained, is conditioned into a whole different, you know, and that's why it's, you know, I believe that there's a spike in females committing these crimes.
I'm
You
gonna
know,
look into that too, man, because I noticed I was on, I won't say the name of the community. I was in the community, I guess this weekend, dropping somebody off, and one of the grandmas in the community was telling me there was a trap house in the building next door. And when I went over there as I was leaving, it was all females in there. And I mean, well kept. They were between the age of 12 and 13. I was like, wow, who knows what else is happening here? And you know, we made them get out, but I had to leave, so they're not gonna go that far before they double back and go back in there. You know how that goes. We have Ms. Seegers, you wanted to add to that before we close out?
Yes, I just want to say one thing. Miracle. You are a miracle. I'm proud of you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to transition now to our government witnesses. We will ask sort of staff to elevate our government witnesses to the panel. I want to thank everyone who spoke today, adding value to this conversation. And now we have to take all this information in to relay it back to our colleagues, to the executive branch, and to our community partners to do something about it, because we are only as strong as our young people. And if we keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome, that's a definition of insanity. And so I want to thank everyone who spoke, from organizations, from the public, from different agencies today. I look forward to following up and helping to right this ship as we try to move DC to a more safer place to live and grow our families. I'll give about a minute or two so we can get the government witnesses acclimated to be sworn in. I'm not seeing a director yet. Oh, we have. Sorry for that. Give me 1 second. We have other witnesses before the director from the government. All right, we have Ms. Brittany Mobley, the Public Defender Service of the District of Columbia. We also have Mark Jordan, the Executive Director for the Office of Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight. We'll start with you, Ms. Mobley.
Thank you so much and good afternoon. I'm Brittany Mobley, Juvenile Services Program Deputy Chief at the Public Defender Service for the District of Columbia. Thank you for convening this roundtable regarding safety and other issues that impact youth at the Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services, or DYRS. With me today, later to help answer questions, is Claire Kruger, my colleague and a longtime staff attorney in PDS's Juvenile Services Program, or JSP. JSP has provided support and legal assistance to youth since 1982 by staffing legal rights offices in the district's youth detention facilities. As repeated crises and failures in leadership have impacted the lives of youth in DYRS facilities, PDS again thanks Chairman White for your leadership in protecting JSP's role in DYRS facilities by statute, and thereby guaranteeing that youth have access to JSP and that there is more visibility into a system that is too often opaque for youth and their parents. Advocates, parents, and youth have been raising alarms about the deplorable conditions at the Youth Services Center for years. The latest high-profile disasters at DYRS facilities, including fights, serious injuries, and the exposure of youth to drugs, stems from DYRS's persistent neglect of the needs of youth and a failure of management and leadership at the agency. What we see today are the foreseeable consequences of DYRS ignoring years of warnings about staffing levels, overcrowding of the facilities, and the needs of youth. A core component of the problem is that DYRS has failed to hire, train, and retain a sufficient number of youth development representatives, or YDRs. They failed to do this hiring, training, and retaining for these folks to work in DYRS facilities. At the most recent DYRS oversight hearing on February 15th, 2024, the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight called the lack of staffing at DYRS facilities a chronic problem. In prior reports, the same office warned that in secure facilities for youth, appropriate staffing levels are an essential precursor to the establishment of safe environments in which effective treatment and programming can be delivered to youth. This precursor is missing. In addition to the insufficient number of staff, with regard to YDRs, there seems to be a widespread inability and often an unwillingness to quickly and safely handle critical incidents. There are also regular operational breakdowns and a lack of staff vigilance, which have resulted in youth who have been designated as needing to be separated from one another, crossing paths. YDRs have also fueled conflict between youth and contributed to the mismanagement of YSC by inappropriately spreading rumors and talking in the open about confidential information about youth. All of this compounds to make the dangerous situation of an overcrowded and understaffed detention facility more dangerous. And at the same time, DYRS has failed to hire and train sufficient case management staff who are tasked with finding appropriate rehabilitative placements for committed youth and therefore moving them out of YSC. The failure to move committed youth to appropriate long-term placement has meant that youth remain for long periods of time at YSC, causing an increase of the population and an increase in frustration, anxiety, and despair. Youth are staying at YSC for increasing periods of time, despite Director Abed's contention that the facility is not a long-term therapeutic placement. Hence, the lack of programming and support for youth is justified by circumstances that are not a reality. Youth, in fact, stay at YSC for months. In the past, DYRS has responded to the population increase that is largely of its own making and the shortages of YDRs by subjecting youth to room confinement. In the fall of 2023, the shortage of YDRs and the increase in population led to prolonged lockdowns, with youth locked in their cell, some for up to 23 hours per day. At that time, youth were also deprived of recreation time, outdoor time, extracurricular programming, and in-person education. Although this is not typically the case anymore for the facility as a whole, the unit was recently added to increase bed space at YSC. And this does generally have youth in room confinement for lengthy periods of time. That unit of up to 10 boys lacks programming and recreation, and DYRS only provides those youth with work packets, which is an extremely poor substitute for in-person educational instruction. This lack of YDRs creates the unsafe and volatile conditions we are seeing now, where youth are more likely to be unsupervised and more likely to get involved in physical altercations as they remain indefinitely in a facility meant to be a temporary placement. DYRS is also subjecting youth to dangerous conditions through introduction of drugs into DYRS facilities. Families who visit their children in DYRS facilities are subjected to serious searches, while staff enter and exit with searches that are far less thorough. In recent testimony, DYRS has publicly shifted blame to families for introducing drugs into the facilities. However, it is just as likely, and given their less thorough search practices, perhaps even more likely, that DYRS may be responsible, they themselves, DYRS staff, may be responsible for the introduction of contraband. Nationwide, it is ubiquitous that contraband, specifically drugs, is introduced into detention settings by staff. DYRS needs to first focus on staff as the potential source of contraband if it hopes to control the problem and prevent more overdoses by children and the introduction of deadly drugs such as fentanyl into facilities. The failure to keep youth physically and emotionally safe is compounded by DYRS's failure to achieve its core mission, the rehabilitation of youth. Youth who are in the care of DYRS as a result of commitment or pretrial detention have acute needs for mental health care, trauma supports and services, and vocational and educational programming. The district has a unique opportunity to provide services during the time period when youth are at YSC. Instead of using this opportunity, youth are warehoused. For example, DYRS does not provide consistent one-on-one therapy to all youth at YSC who need these services. Youth do not have different modalities of programming that address trauma, mental health needs, and promote general personal growth. As a result of overcrowding and understaffing, youth are subject to the denial of even the most basic things like regular access to physical recreation, outdoor recreation, and in-classroom education. Given DYRS's neglect of the needs of youth, lack of adequate and well-trained staff, and high population numbers, it's not surprising that its facilities have become more and more dangerous for the youth. It is important to view the full context of DYRS's failures. It's not just about failure to manage staffing and programming at facilities. DYRS also has failed to implement a comprehensive continuum of community-based services that are timely, robust, and meaningful. Many youth in secure detention could be supported with rehabilitative care at home or in local group homes, but the district lacks community-based wraparound services, and therefore, DYRS keeps these youth in secure detention. Fixing the problems at DYRS involves adequately staffing YSC and providing meaningful programming for detained youth, and also it involves moving youth out of detention because they can be safely supervised in the community and should be able to receive the services they need to thrive as young people in the community. DYRS must act with urgency and efficiency to get youth in rehabilitative treatment programs. Thank you so much, Councilmember White, for this opportunity to testify. And myself and my colleague, Claire Kruger, who is in the room next to me,
Okay.
are Any questions?
Okay. All right. So you all have joint testimony on behalf of the agency.
Yes, Councilmember. She's right next to me. Yes. That completes.
All right. Thank you. Director Jordan, you can start off with your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Mark Jordan, and I am the Executive Director of the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today at this public roundtable. As you know, DYRS operates two secure facilities, the YSC and New Beginnings. The two facilities are designed and operate to serve different functions and populations. Whereas the YSC principally houses detained youth and youth awaiting placement in another facility, New Beginnings is intended to house committed youth who are receiving treatment and programming services, typically for longer periods of time in anticipation of being released back into the community. I understand that the focus of this roundtable pertains to the public safety concerns stemming, at least in part, from the recent security-related incidents at the YSC that impact youth and staff safety. As I have mentioned during prior hearings, to their credit, DYRS documents data regarding incidents that occur in the two facilities in a structured manner using established definitions. Those data are invaluable to help guide management and to inform and ground discussions like this one regarding conditions inside of the two DYRS facilities. In fact, much of my testimony will focus on concerns that have arisen at the YSC, particularly within the last several weeks. But it is important to note that during this same time period, New Beginnings recorded among the lowest incident rates we have observed since the start of 2023, including rates of youth on youth assaults, injuries to youth as a result of assaults, and critical incidents. This underscores, I believe, the importance of considering DYRS's facilities individually. In contrast to New Beginnings, the YSC has seen a troubling increase in incidents over the past month and a half, after a period of relative progress. Between January and March 2024, incident rates at the YSC, that is the number of incidents controlling for the size of the population, were generally trending downward. And in fact, in March 2024, the rate of youth on youth assaults and the rate of injuries to youth as a result of assaults were respectively the second and third lowest monthly rates at the facility for the 16th month period since the office began tracking monthly incident rates, which was in January of 2020. But April 2024 marked an abrupt reversal, as the rates of both youth on youth assaults and injuries as the result of assaults approximately doubled, and the rate of critical incidents increased by approximately 20%. We do not yet have complete numbers for the month of 2024, as 10 days of the month remain. However, there have been multiple critical incidents at the YSC during this period. As you are aware, in early May, 4 youth housed at the YSC tested positive for drugs, including opioids and cannabinoids. And in another case, naloxone was administered to a youth to treat symptoms consistent with opioid use. That youth was transported to a local hospital. There have also been 2 critical incidents in May during which the Metropolitan Police Department was called to respond. In both cases, youth from different housing units became involved in assaults and the police were called for support. In one of those 2 incidents, 3 youth were transported to a hospital for treatment. And in a separate incident in May, during which the police were not called to respond, 1 youth was assaulted by multiple youth on his housing unit, requiring him to be transported to a hospital for treatment. At this point, it does not appear that there's a single cause underlying incident trends, nor the specific critical incidents described above. There are, however, variables that influence incident numbers and rates. Population levels, while not determinative of incident rates, put pressure on all aspects of facility operations as they increase, which can lead to higher incident levels. Notably, April 2024 marked the highest total number of bed nights at the YSC in the 16 months of monthly incident data we compared. Higher population levels require more staff to fill posts, which stretches the workforce. Furthermore, there are more daily youth interactions, some of which may result in conflicts. As of this morning, the population of the YSC was 99, 1 higher than the facility capacity of 98. Perhaps the greatest factor to mitigate incidents is the deployment of an adequate number of appropriately trained staff to perform direct supervision of youth. Staff deployed in sufficient numbers can deter incidents, or when incidents do occur, staff can intervene quickly to stop incidents before they result in serious or even tragic consequences. During some incidents referenced above, that this office reviewed, it appeared that there were not staff in sufficient numbers available to respond quickly. During an emergency, time is of the essence, and ensuring adequate staff are present must be the agency's highest priority. Between mid-January and mid-May 2024, the number of staff who were not available for duty at the YSC was at the highest sustained level since this office began tracking data in mid-2021, with approximately 25% of the YDR workforce available. In May, the size of the YDR force at the YSC grew slightly, and there are now approximately 10 more YDR staff available for duty than in prior months. When staff are not available for duty, more staff work overtime, or worse, security posts are left unfilled, resulting in fewer YDR staff supervising youth. At times, YDRs may need to take needed breaks without proper relief, and managers may need to enter coverage, preventing them from performing managerial duties. When this occurs, it increases risks to both youth and staff. Finally, in some cases, it appeared that operational errors either enabled an incident or exacerbated an incident that was already taking place. Especially when staffing levels are low and fewer staff are available to respond to incidents, operational errors can have magnified consequences. DYRS must ensure that staff are trained on and follow proper procedures and that they learn from recent events. Before I close, I want to return briefly to the two incidents during which MPD responded at the YSC. DYRS youth development representatives and MPD officers are authorized and trained to perform different functions in different environments using different equipment and different rules. Based on this office's video review, it appears that at least some MPD officers carried pepper spray with them into the YSC. In one incident, it appeared that an officer unholstered and held pepper spray during the response as a youth was being removed from a day room to his cell. No pepper spray was used during the response. The use of pepper spray is not permitted by DYRS's use of force policy, and if MPD officers continue to respond to incidents in DYRS facilities in the future, DYRS should clarify in advance both what methods of force are permitted within facilities and what agency is in command of the incident on the scene. Clear policies will help ensure youth safety during an incident and protect staff from liability that could arise during any response. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Guess I'll start with Ms. Mobley. You talked in your testimony about one-on-one therapy for youth. Did DYRS ever give one-on-one therapy for youth? And if so, how does that work?
Good afternoon, and thank you for holding this roundtable. My name is Claire Kruger. I'm Brittany Mobley's colleague. So how it works is that DYRS at YSC has a behavioral health team. So they have clinicians at YSC who do one-on-one therapy with youth. What we have noticed is that therapy tends to be more like spot treatment. So youth who are in mental crisis or who request therapy, one-on-one therapy, will receive therapy from the behavioral health team. They also do have therapists, I believe, at the Maya Angelou Academy who have caseloads. In terms of DYRS providing therapy at the facility, it's largely spot treatment based on need and not regular, consistent therapy for every single youth who needs it.
Okay. Because to get in desired results, there has to be a plan in therapy, a particular direction. So I guess the spot treatment, as you said, is not going to be effective to getting you from one phase in their lives to another phase in a healthy manner. And I don't even know if they have enough to do that. And it was noted early on, I guess it was 80+% of youth in DYRS have some type of mental health diagnosis. And this is not just at in the facility, but also that's connected to the agency that is in DYRS care that's outside of the facility. So we will be looking at that. Have you seen a stark decline in the educational programming there at the facility?
Yes, we've noticed that the Maya Angelou Academy has definitely attempted to provide educational supports for young people. However, that they've also provided feedback, some of the challenges, the operational piece and the administrative piece of the facility. So, for example, currently there is a unit, this new unit, the most recent unit at YSC, which offers 10 additional beds. They are not receiving direct education. These young people, they stay there for, a period of time. It's supposed to be time limited, but we've noticed that they stay much longer than what DYRS has said. They're on this orientation unit, it's called, and they are not receiving one-on-one education. They're simply getting packets. We also know that young people, unfortunately, who are in the system and who are often system involved are disproportionately special education students. So by giving a special education student a packet of information, expecting them to simply figure it out, that's not true education. So this is an ongoing theme that has consistently happened with DYRS. And, the opening of this new orientation unit just created additional youth who are receiving the same inadequate treatment. And their educational needs are not being met in that way. I'm not sure if my colleague Claire Kruger has additional information about the educational piece.
Yes, one thing I would like to add is in addition to this orientation unit that is spending significant amounts of times in their cell and not receiving in-classroom instruction, if the facility is overcrowded, which we've seen is happening a lot recently, today, for example, it's one over capacity. The result of that is that there are youth who have to be held on the intake unit. The intake unit also does not receive in-classroom instruction. And then when youth are held on the medical unit, which there are the medical units at capacity right now, those youth also do not receive in-classroom instruction. So it's also especially a problem when the facility is housing more than 98 youth.
Got it. I did want to know what are you guys at PDS interactions with the parents, and with that, what are you hearing some of the challenges and concerns consistently from parents?
Yeah, so both myself and Ms. Kruger do carry a caseload. Ms. Kruger has a larger caseload than I do, but I have had conversations as recent as yesterday with parents who have had consistent concerns with DYRS and the treatment that their children are getting, both in the community and within detention. So some of the concerns is communication challenges, work to ensure that their young people are getting adequate services in the community. And then just also there's this general theme of the parents having a lack of trust in DYRS and a lack of trust that their children will be kept safe by DYRS, this agency, right, that is meant to provide rehabilitation to their youth, the agency that is tasked with also considering public safety. The parents of young people in DYRS's care do not feel as though that their children are being kept safe by the agency tasked with doing so. Not sure if you've also spoken to.
I would uplift what my colleague said.
Got you. I'm gonna jump around a little bit. I want to go to you, Mr. Jordan. We seeing that youth have tested positive for opioid usage. There has been some ongoing tests, and there has been some also alleged in the lawsuit that I read that I guess KP and his or her mom against the District of Columbia, that even in the reports is not listing everything that happened in the incidents. Based on the information you receive that you all review in your agency, do you think that the reports are accurate or missing critical information?
I think it's a critical question. I'm glad you raised it. There's always a risk when staff are documenting incidents that they exclude statements that are contrary to their own interests. One of the things when GREM existed, it focused on reporting incidents. And one of the reasons that incident reporting is so important is so when times like these have happened, when there are these critical, very high profile incidents, there's some basis to ground these discussions in. Is this new? Is it different? JREM required certain processes to be put in place. So just as a baseline matter, incident reports are written by staff. They need to be submitted through their chain of command. It's still supervisory chain of command. And then they're submitted to an individual who is not part of their chain of command. And that individual's job is to review them, to do video reviews, and do quality assurance on them. Now, importantly, they're still DYRS employees. Our experience has been they have done it's one person at each facility. We have seen them do very thorough jobs reviewing, identifying issues that weren't identified in certain incidents, which gives me a higher level of confidence. Specifically with respect to staff on youth assaults, those are always very low, and you can understand there's a natural level of suspicion that a staff on youth assault would be reported accurately. So the JREM report plan built into it an additional requirement that any incident reported as a youth on staff assault would also have to be subject to a higher level of review to see if what in fact happened was a staff on youth assault. Those were safeguards built in. That is by no means an assurance that all information would be reported accurately, but it does provide a higher level of assurance that incidents are reported more thoroughly and accurate.
Thank you for that. And there is also the conversation about this office not being funded or continuing. I guess, how do you feel that your office is under DYRS? Because there's conversations that we're having amongst other members and myself about continuing this office and moving it to a different office. I won't say at the moment. I just want to know your thoughts on that.
I have intentionally tried to, my job, I tried to do the job that we were given to do. And I leave to the policymakers to make decisions about reorganizing the office or continuing the office if that is the decision.
Yeah.
So
I guess the question is, based on how it's structured now, do you feel like you get pushback or not get on the information you need to get while being under DYRS?
I would say, as it exists right now, the mayor's office and DYRS has upheld their part of the deal and given us independence. We have direct access to information, and that has been, I think, essential to the work that we do, having direct access to facilities and the information. If it's part of the executive branch and it continues, there's always a risk that could change. But so far, I would say they've upheld their end of the bargain.
Thank you. Over my time, digress for at-large member Christina Henderson for questions.
Thank you, Councilmember White, and good afternoon. I just have a couple of really quick questions for you all. From the team from PDS, and I think Mr. Jordan, you mentioned this too, about sort of a point in time today that the facilities are overcrowded. Did I hear that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, so what's what's technically the maximum capacity for YSC? Is that 90?
I'll field this if you. For a very long time, for about 20 years, the maximum capacity was 88. In December of last year, a new unit was opened on the facility. It's really the last place in the facility they could have added beds. It used to be an MPD processing unit. They added 10 beds, so the maximum capacity is 98 now. In addition to those are 98 beds on units. There are intake holding cells. Intake, I would not describe as a housing unit. It does not have it's not designed that way, but sometimes they do house youth in the intake area in the additional cells. In the cells, there are probably 6 cells, I would guess. In intake, that is above the 98 number.
Okay. So it seems, even when Ms. Mobley, Ms. Kruger, when you guys were talking with Councilmember White about the educational piece, that a lot of this comes back to staffing, even some of the things that you were talking about, Mr. Jordan. I think you mentioned, which I think was kind of an alarming stat, you said only a quarter of the YDRs are currently available for work.
It was the inverse of that. A quarter of them were not available for work. So 25% of the work. Yes, that's right.
Okay. 25% not available. Okay. But I mean, it seems as though some of this stuff is coming down to staffing. The idea that if the young people are spending the majority of their day on the unit in the cell, not being able to go to the classroom, X, Y, or Z, it seems as though leadership is somehow making these decisions because they don't have enough adults to do the proper ratios for monitoring and safety.
If I may, I think, yes, there's absolutely a staffing issue, but there's also a compounding issue of the fact that there is a population of young people, a large population of young people at the facility, which are called the awaiting placement population of folks who are waiting to go to their next placement, that are lingering for extended periods of time, which now also create create more issues regarding the staffing problem, because they can be more quickly, I should say, moved out of the facility if the DYRS case management side works expeditiously and really focuses in on making sure that those young people go to their next placement. If that number goes down, then we're getting closer in time, right? We're getting closer to kind of address that ratio.
So, I mean, let's tug on that a bit in terms of the average number of days that someone is awaiting placement. Where are we at now?
I may turn to Mr. Jordan. I believe he may have those stats.
I can pull that up for you right now. So there's multiple ways of looking at. Are you looking at a specific subpopulation or just overall?
Overall, because
sure.
Yeah, I mean, to her point of saying, like, if the people, if the individuals who are there awaiting placement were able to move on, then that brings down the numbers. But there's some sort of clog in the system, right, in terms of getting those individuals properly processed and moved on to their next destination.
Understood. At the facility overall, so this includes all youth, not just the awaiting placement youth. It's 56.45 days as of today. But if you're specifically interested in awaiting placement, let me just quickly pull that up. That number is 70, almost 77 days is the average. Just for reference for you, for the public, these are numbers that you can pull up on our website so that you can look for yourself.
Okay.
I can also tell you that you can do a breakdown by percentile. 50% of the awaiting placement youth appear to be there 63 days or left, and 75% appear to have been there at this point 117 days or less. So that's really the more detailed view of it.
Now, for PDS, when you all have clients who are awaiting placement, what is usually the number one reason that they say is for the delay?
So, yeah, I mean, there are, I think, a variety of compounding factors that lead to the delay in youth awaiting placement. I think one of the largest things I will say is the lack, maybe in number and efficiency and expeditiousness, quickness of the case management staff. So when a child gets committed, there should already be, given that the court will provide a notice of intent to commit to the parties, which includes DYRS, there should already be a plan that is starting to at least be put in place for young people who are at least going to potentially be committed by the court. And what we have noticed with our clients and a lot of the young people at the facility is that months after their commitment, they may not even have met someone from DYRS. They haven't had DYRS do the YLS assessment, which is the risk needs assessment. DYRS is, so even to figure out a rehabilitation plan and a placement and appropriate services, DYRS has to meet these young people and review their records and determine what type of placement and services are necessary. And oftentimes there's a delay to even get that started. Once that's started, then there's also some delays with regards to locating placements, getting acceptances to placements, getting funding for placements. So there's also delays on the back end as well.
Okay. So, I'm not on Councilmember White's committees, but when I do pop in for these, oftentimes the staffing conversation has been focused on YDRs, not on case management, which I think is a whole now different thing to sort of tug at. And similarly speaking, we've had some of these issues in the housing space for adults where we don't have enough case managers and things get backed up and all of those different pieces. And so that's just some questions I'll have there for the director. I don't actually even know what our specific requirements are and how we're looking on the staffing side on the case management. But before my time runs out, I want to turn to sort of, as you guys know, I chair the health committee. We've had a lot of focus over the last year and a half, very specifically around substance use disorder and opioid overdoses. And it's very troubling to hear of the overdoses that are happening in the facilities, especially because now I have to wonder how exactly is the contraband getting into the facility and what, if any, security changes are being made to minimize that or eliminate that from happening. One of the things I guess I'll ask for the PDS side, because you all, visit clients there, how would you rate the security protocols for a visitor to the facility?
Well, we did note, and when we submit our written testimony, we provide additional citations for this. But when we've noticed a recent increase in security measures, very recently, where I myself just last week went to the facility and had a much more extensive pat down, which was something that I had not experienced before. Interestingly, though, parents and families who come to visit their loved ones at the facilities have always had a much more robust, intensive search process happen. Now we are seeing very recently an increase in the security measures with folks who are going into the facilities more regularly. So like ourselves, because we have offices on site, and as to the YDRs who are present. I will still note, though, that we have heard families go through these search processes themselves, also witnessing the YDR search processes, and they have flagged that they definitely still seem much less thorough. And that's just what, we're hearing anecdotally from folks. But the one thing I would also highlight specifically, Councilmember Henderson, as to your point as to how these drugs and contraband are getting into the facility. There's a lot of research out there that says in situations like this, it's pretty a ubiquitous streamline common thread that often and typically it is coming through staff members. So it is really important that the agency turn the mirror inward to look how they're addressing these things with their own staff.
Yeah, I mean, we had this situation happen at DOC. At the jail, we had to hire a third party to do the security screenings. And I hate that we have to get there for this, but it's still just week after week reports of overdoses happening on site. If a young person has been there for 30 days, they weren't holding it for 30 days, right? So something came in that allowed for that to happen. But we'll get into those questions with Director Beed. Thanks so much for your testimony and for being here today. Thank you, Councilmember White.
Thank you. To the staff at PDS, when I went and met with some of the youth, part of their frustration was they were trying to get in contact with you guys and sit after or during certain incidents, but were denied access to reach you guys. Is that still happening, or has that been remedied?
So one of the things I will note, I met last week, I believe it was, with YSC leadership, and we're working, what we previously were able to implement at the beginning of the pandemic, actually in 2020, we had a PDS hotline where the youth were able to directly contact us. So it was great. They were able to have a phone, have a call that was unrecorded to a public defender, able to answer legal questions for them. This was something that lasted for years. There have been some issues with the technology, and then there was just a blanket ban that young people were able to access that hotline during the school day. And even if there were gaps in between the school hours, it wouldn't turn back on until the later half of the day. Now it's my understanding that it's not on at all, and they're hoping on, they've talked about at least getting it turned back on for the last half of the day, which will, as you can imagine, still create some challenges, because some of the things we're doing with young people is connecting them to their case managers in the community and other parts of their legal teams. So doing that in the latter half of the day makes it challenging. So we are hoping that the agency does reconsider to ensure that they're able to have more frequent access to us through the hotline. But then there's also just the challenges of we're working to see young people when we are in there. We've worked out some recent supports with the leadership, to their credit. They've been assigning a staff directly for us, so that this YDR will transport young people to our office. That only addresses a small amount of legal visits and our legal communications that we need to have with our young folks there. So we are hoping that they help assist us with turning back on the PDS hotline.
And how many staff do you all have assigned working with?
Yeah, so currently I'm actually just coming back from maternity leave. So now I'm back. So we have our full team here. So it's myself, we have 2 staff attorneys, a paralegal, and actually starting next week, we'll be having 4 legal interns that will be staffing that facility. So we hired a lot of interns for the summer in the hopes of accessing the young people a lot more frequently to address this concern.
I hear you saying that facility. Which
I'm
facility?
sorry. Yes, YSC.
Do you all work in New Beginnings as well? And if so, how many staff are assigned there?
Yes, so we, the staff number I gave you was for our whole program, the Juvenile Services Program for PDS. And we go throughout. Another one of our colleagues, Tiffany Reed, is primarily at New Beginnings to handle those needs. Now that we've seen that the girls population, they've reopened a girls unit at New Beginnings. We're working to identify ways to provide more support, and we have more physical presence at that facility as well. However, also at that facility, we had a hotline running, the PDS hotline as well, just considering, our limited staffing numbers, but are still ways that we were still able to access our young people out there. So we're looking at hiring and identifying more legal interns to support that team there as well. But yeah, all of us are able, and we do go to the various facilities.
Thank you. I'm gonna jump to you, Mr. Jordan. Oftentimes I get calls about youth being unresponsive. Usually around the times at time it happens. How does your agency get those alerts or notifications in a real-time way of critical incidents?
Real-time we don't get them in real time. We get incident reports that are submitted in the days following. They're written up by staff. They go through a process of being submitted, and we get them emailed out probably a day or 2 after they occur.
And once you get it, what happens?
Once we get it, we review the incidents on a daily basis. We identify any critical incidents. We review videos, that sort of thing.
You've made recommendations to the agencies?
If there are a significant issue that arose that caused us concern with a specific incident, we would. But typically, we are documenting and tracking the incidents as they happen.
In your time at the agency, can you walk us through some of the recommendations you've given to the agency?
Well, with respect to incidents, there were a series of incidents in the report that we wrote on incidents. There were a series of recommendations at the end of that. With respect to healthcare, we issued a series of recommendations with respect to that. So typically it's after a structured review when we can do it based less on individual incidents and we try to really identify patterns.
Give me an example of one related to public safety.
Well, the most recent recommendation we made, there was an issue that related to fire safety in the facility. This was maybe a month ago. As we reviewed fire safety documentation, it was very clear that the fire alarm system at the YSC was not working properly, and at the same time they have a temporary control center. And the staff who are in that temporary control center don't have any direct knowledge of if there's a fire alarm that does happen, where that fire is. And they're the ones responsible for it.
And in your experience, once you make recommendations, do you feel like those recommendations are followed up on and taken seriously?
In some instances, yes. And in some instances, no. Or I mean, I can say, for example, with incident reporting, we did recommend that they post the incidents and track that online. That was not. With respect to,
that was done or not done?
That was not done.
Okay.
With respect to this fire safety incident, where we recommended specifically that the staff who are in control have a remote panel, so that if there is a fire alarm, they can direct staff towards a safe evacuation route. We've been told that they are going to implement that. We haven't seen that done as of these last.
There has been numerous incidents where youth have been hospitalized, and parents have contacted me saying they don't know what the status of their youth is. DYRS is not speaking. Are you hearing and seeing this on your side?
We typically don't hear from parents.
What about PDS? Are you seeing and hearing this?
I do have some information, not for the most recent incidents. I'm not sure what the parents' communication was recently, but I do have contact with parents from incidents that have happened in the past where their child was taken to the hospital or the emergency room, and they were not kept updated by DYRS, and they had to reach out to me to find out updates. So I do believe that that's a trend. I can't speak to the most recent incidents.
Thank you for that. I guess my follow-up question to you, Mr. Jordan, there has been, to both of you all can both answer this. Some of the bigger fights has been a result of youth taking staff badges. And here there appears sleeping facilities, sleeping quadrants, and letting them into other sleeping quadrants. And these big brawls have been taking place, leaving several individuals unconscious and needing medical treatment. Have you all been seeing and hearing that?
Well, I believe the one that resulted in 3 youth being taken to the hospital wasn't a youth who took a badge. In that case, I believe it was a staff member who opened a door that shouldn't have been opened at the time.
So the most recent incident was highly publicized, but there was an incident prior to that in which there was a brawl similar to this in which youth were hospitalized as well. This is not an isolated incident.
That's correct.
This is not it's not abnormal. This happened at least 4 times in the last 3 months.
So there was another incident in which a youth was on a unit and he was assaulted and sent to the hospital. He was unconscious after being assaulted by numerous youth. That didn't specifically have to do with a card reader. I think staffing levels were.
Let me be more specific. There was an incident where a youth took a supervisor's badge. Are you familiar with that incident?
Yes, that has happened. We have seen that in the past.
And how was that reported to you?
That is reported on incident reports as critical incidents, operational breakdowns, and then we can review the videos of those incidents. But yes, we absolutely have seen that as well.
All right. I did want to know, did anyone have any questions or comments about the new key access process in which the command you don't have access to that unit unless you're working on that unit, and we're just understanding that as staff get called or dispatched to go to another unit, have to wait a extensive period of time to even give aid and assistance to a youth or colleague in a serious incident emergency.
I would say key control in any locked facility is very important, and there are multiple ways to do it. Prisons, jails existed a long time before key card readers existed, so it is definitely possible to do it. But there are always associated risks, and you have to manage those risks. So one, as you just mentioned, making sure that staff can get to an incident timely. That needs to be sure there needs to be not only enough staff, but they can access it. The other one that always jumps to mind when it comes to key control for me is fire safety, particularly at the YSC. YSC is a locked facility, and in the event of a fire, the primary evacuation is not to the outside. They do not open the doors like they would say in the buildings that we work in and say evacuate. What they do is they say you need to move to another smoke compartment. So you move to the left or to the right, the east or the west in the building. In order to do that, the right staff have to have the right keys at the right time. And it's just very essential that every staff member knows exactly what the plan is, who's got the right key to the right door if an emergency happens.
Thank you. And last, I'm moving my time. Have you heard of the recent allegations of a sexual assault between female youth?
I understand that allegation was raised in the last several days.
You understand it was raised by who? I mean, do you have a report about it? Is it something that you validate? What do you say?
All right. I lost my audio for a moment. I apologize.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, a little muffled, but yes.
I lost my audio. Can you repeat your question?
There has been an allegation of a sexual assault by two females on another female. I'm just trying to figure out if you heard about it, and if so, how have you heard about it? And if not, I need to know that too.
My understanding is that the allegation was from the last several days. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because I had not heard about it until this hearing. We typically will hear about it when we receive incident reports. So I had not heard about it before today.
Okay, let me figure out when did this happen. This happened, I guess Sunday. So what's your typical turnaround time for getting reports?
How long does it take? It usually, so depending on the incident, they go to the superintendent's office. Those will be reviewed by the staff member there, entered into their own database, and then emailed out to a distribution stream. So typically it will be, after the weekend, it can be 1 to 3 days typically. Sometimes if it's one that has required, more of their time, it could take more than that.
Thank you. And are you aware of the lawsuit that's been filed, or even PDS, the more recent lawsuit that's been filed?
Regarding the incident, this is to PDS, I apologize.
No, yes, we are aware, Washington Lawyers Committee, filed something regarding a young person, at New Beginnings. Yes, we are aware of that filing.
All right, thank you. Okay, I was notified Councilman Henderson does not have any questions for this panel, but I have a few more questions. This is for Mr. Jordan. What is the reporting protocol for serious incidents such as sexual assaults, injuries, suicide attempts, drug overdoses, where youth have been hospitalized? What happens?
With the reporting?
Yeah.
The incident reporting on their incident, they have an incident reporting system where any staff who observe an incident or participate in the response to an incident are required to document the incident. So if there are multiple witnesses, they all have to document it independently. They submit those to a supervisor who reviews those. At that first level of review, they're supposed to identify if there are any inconsistencies, ask them to supplement as needed. That supervisor will write in DYRS's case management system. It's called FAMCare. They will do an entry into FAMCare for each incident. They will be categorized. A narrative description will be written in that. And then all of the hard copy first-person accounts are submitted to an individual in the superintendent's office, who does a subsequent review independent of the SYDR. At that point, the person also sends them out to a distribution list on a daily basis. And if for specific incidents, if there's follow-up, for example, they will be referred as needed to internal investigations or otherwise.
You said during the jury M, there was a process that was followed that was helpful into, I guess, circumventing any errors in reports. Is that still in existence?
This is that process. So the review after the supervisory YDR happens by somebody who doesn't report to the superintendent. And that person reviews those incidents, also reviews videos of those incidents, and can flag new issues that are not written. And in fact, we've seen them do that in the past, change categorizations of incidents if they believe they were improperly categorized.
Got it. And what happens in the case that you make recommendations to the agency and they don't do it? It just falls by the wayside in your experience?
They're not required to
Right.
implement any recommendations that we make.
So you make the recommendations, do they follow up saying we are not implementing this because of this, we are implementing this, or we think we should have done this? What's the dialogue back and forth about those recommendations, if any?
Yeah, in reports, when we write reports that have recommendations, we give it to them to respond to, and they can respond to the recommendations and give reasons that they don't agree with recommendations.
Got it. Got it. All right. I have no further questions for this panel. I want to thank you guys for your diligence and work with the agency and our young people and our families. Look forward to speaking with you guys at another time.
Thank you very much, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Now we will move to our panel of second government witnesses. Hello, Director Bed. If we're gonna ask that anyone from the agency who is a government witness turn their cameras on and turn their mics on so we can swear everyone in.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. We do have other members that are going to be joining us. If you could just mute for a moment. Lenny Moore, our HR Director, Wallace Norman, Deputy Director for Secure Programs, and LaShonda Hill, our Chief of Staff, will be the members that will be sworn in.
All right, I'm seeing everyone but Miss LaShonda Hill. If she can join one of you. Oh, there she is. Okay, great. If you all can start by raising your right hand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury the testimony you given today is the truth?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Director, do you have an opening statement?
I do. Thank you, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. I am Sam Abbott, Director of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. The safety of the youth that we serve and the safety of our staff are our highest priority. We strive for perfection. However, the operation of a detention center is a human enterprise. We rely on people to perform all of the critical functions needed to meet our mandated duties, and human beings are not perfect. While we cannot achieve perfection, we respond to correct mistakes, train and retrain staff, and ensure accountability for violations of procedures. DYRS reviews and investigates every critical incident that occurs in our facilities, and following those reviews, takes action to hold wrongdoers accountable. That accountability includes law enforcement if criminal behavior is involved for youth or staff. My commitment to safety is unwavering, and we will always be receptive to improving the policies and practices that we use to ensure that we are taking the best approach. Regarding contraband entering our facilities, what we are seeing with fentanyl being detected in our youth is a troubling reflection of what is happening in our community. The use of opioids is an epidemic, and overdose deaths in our communities have skyrocketed over the last decade. From 1999 to 2022, deaths from overdose nationally more than quintupled. Youth who are admitted into our custody come to us with substance use challenges that have not been resolved or treated prior to their admission. Fentanyl can be disguised in many ways to make it past security checks, which is the challenging part of this. It can be brought in a pill form, it can be crushed into a powder, and it can also be in a liquid form that is nearly colorless and odorless, and can be used to soak paper and bring it into our facilities as well. To combat this, we are moving on two fronts. First, we are educating our youth on the dangers of fentanyl through our substance use specialist and through our medical team. We also stock Narcan in our facilities, and we'll be training our line staff on the symptoms of someone who is under the influence of opioids and how to administer Narcan if they suspect a youth is intoxicated. The second front is on security. We've tightened our security practices to increase searches of youth, staff, and visitors to the facilities. We've also increased our surveillance of youth to identify patterns of behavior that may provide clues to how contraband is entering or circulating. Let me be clear, safety and care of our youth is my top priority, and it is the top priority of my entire leadership team. We are all deeply committed to improving our work, ensuring accountability, and quickly addressing issues when they occur. With respect to YSC and the operations there, the challenge with operations at YSC are that we do not have control or influence over who is detained, and we have too many different populations to serve in one building. We have youth that are there for a few hours and leave. These are called overnighters. We have youth detained awaiting trial. We have youth detained that are awaiting disposition and youth awaiting placement. We also have Title 16 youth awaiting trial. The Title 16 youth are a growing subpopulation who disproportionately eat up bed days in detention because of their long lengths of stay. To mitigate the growth of this population, I changed a policy that you acknowledged earlier, Council Member, that the department had implemented prior to house Title 16 youth until their disposition. I changed that policy, and so now once a Title 16 youth turns 18, we move them into an adult facility. Even with this change, the population has grown from the mid to high teens to now 23 youth that we are currently holding that are Title 16. These youth have to be housed separately from other youth in the facility. We separate boys and girls by living unit as well. However, this week we received a Title 16 female who would not be permitted to be housed with other females and cannot be housed with Title 16 males. In our general population, we receive orders from the court to separate youth who are co-defendants. We also separate youth who have community disputes or who are enemies. We have a total of 9 spaces at YSC. Those are the living units that we operate. 2 of those spaces are taken by Title 16 youth, and pretty soon, if we get any more youth that are charged as adults, we'll have to open a 3rd unit. This would leave us 6 units to separate girls from boys, separate co-defendants, for both genders and separate youth who have community disputes. This is too much to try to house in one building, and we need to have a conversation about reconsidering the decision to house youth charged as adults at DYRS. Undoing this would give us more flexibility with housing youth, which would make us safer and would lead to fewer incidents at YSC. I appreciate your commitment to our kids, Councilmember White. I know you have visited our facilities numerous times and participated with our youth. We welcome that support and encourage you to continue supporting us. And I look forward to the conversation that we can have here about safety and security for the youth in our care.
Thank you, Director. I want to jump straight in. I want to ask you, Director, based on your expertise, how many staff are needed to, I guess, make this facility secure for a 24-hour facility at New Beginnings and YSC?
So the staffing is dependent on our staffing ratios. So for each living unit, we should have 2 staff in each of those units during waking hours. During sleeping hours, it is a lower ratio that we need to maintain. But generally during waking hours, we need to hold a 1-to-8 ratio. And that's the ratio that we use. That is a federal standard that we follow.
And what does that mean in terms of shifts and also totality of an agency?
I have to defer to my partner here, the Deputy Director for Secure Programs, in terms of the number of staff that come on a complement per shift. Mr. Norman?
You should mute yours, Director. Yep.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. For a first shift at YSC, we need about 31 to complete the post assignments on first shift. Second shift, same number, and at night that ratio decreases per living unit, one staff per 8 living units.
And what does that mean in numbers?
In numbers, 31. We have 8 living units, that's 6. That's 8, a rover, shift commander, so about 12 on night shift.
And of that, how many do we have now actively on duty?
At this time, I don't know exactly how many's on duty at this time.
Not today. I'm talking. So let me ask this in a different way. How many YDR specifically do we have out right now?
I can answer that question, Chair. We have 48 YDRs who are out of work due to medical conditions.
Of that number, how does this affect the ability to keep this facility safe?
It definitely has a major effect on keeping the building safe. The more staff we have, the safer the building will be.
Got you. So what number is needed to bring these levels up?
If we had all 48 of those staff members to return to work, we would be in a proper ratio.
Got it. And you all, Director, this is to you. You have made some hires. There were a number of vacancies in this agency for years. You made some as high-level hires and also some staff hires. How many hires have you had in the last 5 months?
How many hires in the last 5 months? Well, what I track is the number of vacant positions that we have. We currently are tracking 8 vacancies for YDRs, 8 FTEs, and we have all of those FTEs with selected candidates with employment dates coming up on 6/3 and 6/17. So we have been very active recruiting staff. At our last hearing, we had the same number of vacancies. These are not the same vacancies. We have turned over some staff, and that's the reason why the number is the same, but we fill those positions quickly as they become vacant and continue to recruit.
I have a question related to that. A particular incident, it was alleged that a staff person tried to transport some drugs to a youth through a book. Are you aware of that, Director?
Yes, I'm aware of that incident, but we cannot talk about situations where we are in the midst of doing any kind of discipline or investigation.
I got you. You can explain, you can speak to that, but I have to ask those questions in a hearing with the government agency. So you have to utilize your legal team to figure out what you can and cannot answer. I have to ask these questions. And based on that incident, was it confirmed that there was indeed drugs in that particular book?
The items that were in question were turned over to MPD. I don't know that they have been tested per se. I've not received results of the tests, but I do believe that those were illicit.
Thank you. And is this staff person still actively on duty with DYRS?
Any staff person that is under investigation would be moved off of the unit during the pendency of an investigation. And then when we take action, we would take that action at the conclusion.
Is this staff person currently on employee of DYRS?
I can't comment on individual staff people.
Thank
what
you.
I can tell you is that when there are violations of procedure, we do hold staff accountable. And this fiscal year, we have separated 31 staff involuntarily due to disciplinary actions.
When you say separated, meaning no longer at the agency or light duty, what does that mean?
Now, separated means that they're no longer working for the agency.
Got you. The last hearing we talked about, there were testings that happened with youth. How many youth have been tested, and of those that have been tested in the last test, how many tested positive for drug usage?
So we tested it at YSC on 5/3. We tested 4 residents. All 4 came back positive for substances, 2 of which were including opioids or fentanyl. On 5/14, we tested 7 youth and 3 came back positive. 2 of those youth tested positive for fentanyl. We test youth also at New Beginnings. On 3/5, we tested 17 youth. On 4/9, 13 youth, and 5/1, 19 youth. And none of those youth came back positive at New Beginnings.
None of them came back positive for anything or just fentanyl?
Came back for any illicit substances.
Okay. And that's at New Beginnings, correct?
Correct.
Director, are you aware of an alleged incident in which during a parent teacher PTA meeting that a parent allegedly tried to transport a legal substance to a youth?
Say at a parent teacher meeting?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that. I'll have to check on that. I don't have specific information on a parent teacher meeting situation. Now, with respect to contraband, we are surveilling all visitors and searching all visitors to ensure that we've checked everybody before they come into the facility. That would include any parents, any other people that come in to visit, volunteers, and our staff. And we search them thoroughly. And then during visitation, we also monitor visitation through the cameras.
Okay. At DYRS, do you have PTA meetings at that facility?
When you say PTA meetings, those would be meetings for the education program. We're not necessarily invited to those meetings. Those are with parents and teachers from the school. But we do monitor the interactions, and we do search all of the individuals coming in.
So the short answer is yes, that happens.
Yes, it happens. Of course.
You saying based on the information you have today, you are not aware of someone trying to give any illegal substances or any illegal contraband to a youth?
No, we are certainly aware of the circumstances where people have visitors have tried to bring in substances. I'm just not aware of the specific incident that you're speaking of. I would need to see the incident report. Yes, and we have to suspect everybody. We have to look at every potential vector to ensure that we are taking all precautions to deter and detect any substances coming into the facility.
Have anyone ever been caught in these particular situations trying to do that?
We have had situations where individuals have seen our procedures and turned around and run or left the facility, but we have not had somebody that was tied to an individual substance.
Or what about contraband?
Have there been individuals with contraband? If the contraband is something like a phone or something like potato chips or somebody that tries to bring food in, we just deny them access to the facility. We do not have situations that I'm aware of that an individual was caught bringing contraband in. If we had caught somebody bringing contraband in, we would be with law enforcement and refer those to law enforcement for.
I'm gonna digress to my colleague, but it's my understanding that this happened last year prior to you becoming the director. And I will get I'll digress and go to my colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Good afternoon, Director. I want to go back as we were sort of talking about the positive drug tests. I think you heard from my questioning of the previous panel. I have some questions about how some of the contraband is getting in, but you ran through the numbers really quickly. I was writing, but I couldn't get them all. You said on 5/3, you tested 4 individuals. All 4 came back positive. On 5/14, how many? 7?
7, yes.
And how many? How many
3
came
were
back?
positive for illicit substances. Two of those youth had fentanyl.
And then you did 1 more, or in the last month?
There were 3 other that I alluded to at New Beginnings.
Okay, but all of those came back negative.
Correct.
All right, so New Beginnings is not where I'm not saying, well, for this month, that is not where the problem child is. It is, at YSC. In terms of, and just to kind of ask this question, because I'm sure like the people will be saying, perhaps these individuals already had the drugs in their system when they came into the facility. Approximately how long did the positive tested individuals, had they been at the facility for at least 48 hours prior to?
Yes, those individuals had been in the facility. So we don't think that this was somebody coming in with those substances already in their systems.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony about some of the changes that you all have made to the security protocols. Can you detail this out a little bit more? I'm not sure if you're aware, a year ago or so, we had a similar issue happening at the DC jail. So much so that DOC contracted out with a third party to do the security screenings of their staff who were coming into the facility. Just to sort of, prior to that, it was staff basically screening other staff. And once they did that switch over, they saw a decrease in that. How are staff screened when they come into the facility now?
So we do have third-party individuals that do participate in the security screenings, but we do have a hired company, SAM Security, that does the magnetometers. They do like a wand check, and they x-ray the materials if you have any materials in your pockets or anything that you wish to bring in. If those aren't prohibited materials, they get x-rayed. Then we have our staff follow up with a pat-down search. So it's a combination of our staff and the security staff from a contracted vendor that does security at facilities.
Okay. Have you all ever done a surprise pop-up search after roll call?
Absolutely. We call those reverse searches.
Okay.
And after somebody has passed through security, after the folks have
Right.
passed through security, yes, we go through and at roll call at random moments do those searches as well.
Okay. In terms of visitors who are coming into the facility, do you treat I guess staff like PDS or Maya Angelou staff different than you treat family who would be coming to the facility to visit?
No, we don't. Everybody is subjected to the search. And when I walk into the facility, I'm subjected to the same search. So this isn't something that we have a different standard for depending on your status. Everybody gets searched. That's the rule.
Okay. Is there a third party who does the search for visitors as well?
It's the same crew. So yes,
Same
it
crew.
would be that third party as well as our staff. So we bolster the searches with our staff. We help with the searches, but we have the third party that does their piece, and then we do our piece as well.
Okay. When family comes into the facility, do you all prohibit bags?
We prohibit bags from coming in. There are certain folks that can bring items in a clear bag if they've been reviewed. But generally speaking, for visitors, we'll ask them to put their belongings either in their car or if they don't have that option, in a locker so that they can come in without any of those items.
Okay. So what needs to change here? Because, you know, the number, I think there was just a couple of days ago, you all had an overdose that happened on the campus, luckily non-fatal, but I guess I'm just trying to understand, how do we get a handle on the contraband that's coming in? It's one thing if a contraband is a cell phone, it's another thing if it's fentanyl that can kill somebody, right? So, you know, obviously, as you spoke of, fentanyl is harder because it's odorless, it's colorless. A small amount can be very potent and fatal. So it can go into small crevices, X, Y, or Z, but I guess I'm trying to better understand what steps you're taking to get a better handle on this.
Yeah, and so the tension that we have here, Councilmember Henderson, is there are things that I don't want to reveal publicly because we don't want to alert the people that we are that we are perhaps under suspicion. But we have enhanced surveillance. We are working with our inspector, our internal integrity office to investigate. We are working collaboratively with MPD. In fact, I have a meeting with Chief Smith next Wednesday to discuss how we can enhance that collaboration so that we can get some of the materials and the information that we've received through our investigations further investigated through MPD. We are looking at other ways that we can collaborate, like bringing in their drug dogs. But I will say that there's limited benefit when it comes to fentanyl for those drug dogs. You're probably aware of that. And so we are examining other things that we can do. One thing that I have had conversations with my team that I can share is that we want to look at how we can limit the flow of paper. So folks bring paper into facilities. Kids use paper, they get letters, they get other things, and those papers can have fentanyl soaked into them. And so we are looking at ways that we can reduce. It would be difficult to eliminate, but examining ways that we can really cut down on the flow of paper regardless. And we obviously know that, you know, not every document, not every book is going to have fentanyl in it. So we have to balance the needs of our kids, the education system, lawyers that meet with their clients. But I think there are some steps that we can review and look at to see how to mitigate that by scanning documents into electronic form so that we don't have the need for bringing paper in.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about some of the challenges that you brought up around capacity issues. You know, when you were giving your testimony about Title 16 youth, I was thinking to myself, oh, it sounds like you're making the case director for us needing to move Title 16 to a new facility that is separate and apart from everyone else.
So
Now,
that,
well,
I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like that the Title 16 situation is a little bit different than the other young people who are in the facility who are awaiting placement that I was speaking to PDS about. And they talked about some of the challenges on the case management side. I don't think I've ever talked to you about the staffing of case management. How many case managers do you all have?
I'll have to check in terms of how many case managers. We have some facility case managers and community case managers.
Well, I'm speaking about the case managers who can make the decisions about placement.
Yeah, Mr. Moore, go ahead and respond to that.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. We have 15 case manager FTEs that work in the community as well as inside the facilities. We currently have about 4 of those positions that are vacant.
Okay, 15 case managers and 4 vacant. Is that enough?
It is enough case managers to handle the caseload.
Okay.
I think that with, let me put perspective around awaiting placement. Awaiting placement is an issue that I've raised from the very beginning that is something that we need to get a handle on. And we have made progress, as the independent monitor mentioned, the number of days that youth are awaiting placement, I believe on average was
77 days.
77 days. When I started here, it was over 100 days. So that is progress, and we are moving in the right direction. With respect to Title 16 youth, we have nearly as many Title 16 youth as we do awaiting placement youth in the facility, but their length of stay is far longer. So the average length of stay for a Title 16 youth last year that had been released was over 900 days. So when you look at the data that the independent monitor shows, and it shows that there are a higher number of bed days being utilized, that's what you're getting at. Kids that move in and out and don't stay very long don't eat up as many bed days. These youth eat up a tremendous number of bed days, and it poses a huge challenge for our team. In addition to the very long length of stay, we also have the issue of the rules prohibit us from mixing those youth with any other youth. So they have to be separated. And it really cuts against the whole notion of why are they with DYRS. If they are completely separated from other youth, they can't program with other youth, they can't do activities with other youth. What actual benefit are we getting from those youth?
So I'm sorry, Director, where are you suggesting that these young people go?
Well, I'm suggesting that we need to have a conversation about where they go. So there are certainly options. The options would be to investigate having them housed in another facility, having them housed in a facility that we contract for. We could have them, or repealing the law and having them housed back with the Department of Corrections, or with our federal partners. And that's in a conversation that I'd like to have as well with the U.S. Marshal Service. These are charged by the U.S. Attorney's Office. They are generally adult cases handled by the Marshal Service. So I think those are all the options that we need to look at and evaluate how we can manage this population separately from Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services.
I'm over my time. Councilmember White.
Yes, thank you. Director, there was a point at DYRS where the assaults were trending down and things were calm. And then right now it's doubled. What do you attribute to the number of assaults increasing at DYRS, New Beginnings, and YSC?
So again, if we look at the populations that we have to serve that. We're talking about Title 16, and that's going to be really my focus. but we serve a number of different subpopulations in that facility. We have kids that are there overnight. We have kids that are awaiting trial. We have kids that are awaiting placement, and the Title 16 population. Kids that are awaiting trial. These are kids that are filled with anxiety. They don't know what's going to happen in their case. That is a contributing factor to why we see such vastly different rates of incidents at YSC and at between there and New Beginnings. You see the data on New Beginnings. We had in April 0 youth injuries from assaults at New Beginnings for the month. So we certainly are capable of managing a youth population safely, but at YSC we are given too many different populations, and even within those populations, we have to honor separation orders. So within, for instance, the female population, we have 3 female youth that have to be separated from each other. We have 1 female unit. So it is a huge challenge to separate 3 people when you have 1 living unit. We have separation orders that we receive from the courts for other youth, male youth as well. And then we also know that young people have beefs, that they have community gripes, that they have these disputes that have followed them into the facilities. And so while we try to resolve those, and we certainly work with our restorative justice teams, our partners in the community, like Parent Watch and others, to try to resolve the disputes, when we know that they're disputes and they're unresolved, we have to keep them separately as well. And so all of those challenges contribute to the higher rate of incidents at the facility. And that's why I'm advocating that we need to rethink those populations and cut down on the number of different subpopulations that we have in the facility.
Thank you. I want to add to that. There has been a number of brawls that's been happening in these incidents. It is also alleged that some of these brawls have escalated because youth have taken staff badges and opened up doors. Can you speak to that as also a safety risk if you've seen that?
Yes, we have seen badges being taken from staff, and we've taken action to correct that. So we have restricted badge access to only security staff and certain other folks that we deem are necessary to operate within the facilities. And then even within those groups of security staff, we limit how many doors that they can open so that youth cannot move freely if they do take a badge from one unit to another.
How many badges have been taken in the course of this year?
How many badges have been taken?
From youth, yeah. And of youth from staff.
I believe there's been 3 incidents that have where youth have taken a badge and used it to open a door.
There has been more. But if we can get an accurate number, I know for a fact there has been more. When I was there at the facility, someone's badge got taken, and it was been at least 3 incidents, 2 incidents before and 2 after.
Okay, I'll check on the instances and we'll review that data.
Thank you for that. And what you talked about new policies and protocols put in place as relates to entry into different facilities. Are you seeing that it's having an adverse effect on staff being able to get to an area that's restricted with their badge if they're called to a different area?
We do restrict movement within the facility. Now, what we do to balance that out is we have supervising YDRs that can open doors for individuals that don't have access. And then we also have staff in the control room that can open doors remotely. And that's how we can facilitate movement. It is a balancing act that we have to make between restricting movement to ensure safety and having movement to respond to things.
So I guess in your opinion, has this made the environment safer at all, if any?
I believe we have made the environment safer, yes.
What do you attribute to that?
Because we have enhanced our safety procedures. So Before this month, you saw a steady decline in the number of incidents with youth at YSC with injuries. We've had a setback, but that is not a trend. We have had a trend downward before this month. And I believe that that is because of the enhanced safety and security practices that we had, despite the difficult environment and the complex environment that we have to operate in. And so I want to say this about our staff. I know that they have been beleaguered in some of the testimony and vilified by others in the earlier testimony. The vast majority of our staff are good people and they want to help kids. Sometimes they make mistakes and we work to correct those mistakes. But the notion that the majority of our staff are bad actors, I think is a wrong notion and I disagree with.
And so I've been able to come there and meet some staff, and I quite say some phenomenal staff that lay their lives on the line every day to serve the district and this particular agency. And I am concerned that we may lose some of those good staff because of the work environment. And you've heard over and over staff complain about having to stay again at work after they've been there a extended period of time. Then they're tired, they have family responsibilities, but because someone calls out, they have to stay even longer. And that has been contributing to some of the stress and pressures and even attitudes, culture, and climate of that. Go ahead.
And Councilmember, that's why I'm grateful to the mayor for putting in our budget 21 additional YDR staff and also additional staff for data and quality assurance. I think it is essential that the council pass the budget for DYRS as it has been presented, particularly around the staffing piece. We do want to have those additional staff so that we can give our team predictable schedules so that they can be with their families when they think they should be off, when they're scheduled off, and they don't get drafted into additional work. In addition to that, we have onboarded our return to work coordinator to address the high number of staff that are unavailable to work. And that staff has completed their training and I believe is on board and began work this week in earnest to work on all of those unavailable staff, find ways we can either bring them back, or if they can't work, we need to separate them and hire staff that can come to work.
Thank you for that. And I know you have currently 8 vacancies for YDRs. And that has been like that for how long, Director? And when do we expect to get those positions filled?
Those positions have already had candidates selected. So we've already interviewed and selected those positions. So we have 2 dates, excuse me, 6/3 and 6/17. So early next month, many of those positions will be filled, the rest on the following pay period. We will have those positions filled. So they've already been recruited, interviewed, selected, and accepted a position.
Thank you for that. Director, do you see there's a trend of care coordinators leaving in unusual numbers? I've understood, and you can help me understand if it's true or not, there were a group of care coordinators that left the agency. And if that is true, do we know why and how we can fix that from happening again?
So we have had care coordinators leave, and I think their reasons are different. Some of the departures are people that I wish we could continue to have in our team, but they had better opportunities. Other departures are for different reasons. And so what I will be doing and what our team is doing is recruiting excellent care coordinators to replace those individuals and ensure that we have the best team that we can to work with our kids.
In our previous hearing, you talked about restorative justice. I'm over my time. Councilmember Henderson, you want another round?
Yes, please, if you don't mind.
Sure, go
ahead. Thank you. Director, I want to piggyback off a conversation you were having with Councilmember White about the key cards. I chair the health committee. We have St. Elizabeth Hospital under my jurisdiction. At one point, they also had key cards, and then they have switched back to hard keys, particularly on some of their more difficult units. And I'm curious whether or not that is something that you all are considering.
For some units, we have switched back to keys, and that is the only way to enter some of the areas of the facility. And we are looking at switching others as well, but that's a process that we need to evaluate with my security team. And we also have to do training for our staff on proper key control.
Okay. That's good. It is good to hear that you guys have been sort of working on this particular issue. There's parts of this that, to me, I'm kind of like, wow, we weren't doing this before. So for instance, it seemed as though the screening measures, in previous years were less strict at your facilities than they are with TSA. So like, where individuals required to take off their shoes as they go through the mags and like sort of doing all of these various things. I think now that you all are sort of implementing some of that, and that we just want to make sure that those pieces are being continuing with fidelity, if you will. I want to ask, just sort of as a follow-up on the contraband conversation, when you all do test and a young person comes back positive, beyond whatever the discipline or accountability is that young person also now put on some sort of treatment plan?
Yes, we have a substance use counselor that works with our youth. There are a number of interventions that we use, and we have been, as I mentioned, really trying to train our young people about the dangers of using these substances, particularly fentanyl. Fentanyl is such a lethal, and in such a small dose can be lethal, that we want to educate our young people. We want to train them. We want to train our staff as well. And then, of course, we do substance use treatment with our kids as well.
Okay. I want to ask about your experience from Maryland, and back and forth that you were having with Councilmember White. You were talking, and you've mentioned this a couple of times, about how there are lots of different populations who are in the facility, and also having to honor the separation agreements as well in a confined facility that wasn't necessarily built for that, nor built to sort of staff that. I'd imagine when you're dealing with a state or a large county or otherwise, if you had individuals who needed to be separated, there were accommodations that could be made for that type of thing. Because you can call you can call the county next door or something to that effect to sort of make that happen. This is a more unique situation because we don't necessarily have that. But are you suggesting that we should open up conversations with other facilities to be able to honor some of these agreements without sort of undue strain? Because I think you were talking about there were 3 young women who needed to be separated, which I can imagine is difficult if you only have 1 unit for women. So I don't even know how you all accomplished that.
Yeah, so we accomplish it by using some of the different units. So we have an intake unit, and so we can keep kids separated, 1 in intake, 1 in a living unit, another in a different space. But we have limited number of spaces in YSC, and we have only 1 building. So in Maryland, the Department of Juvenile Services ran all of the detention centers statewide. And so when we had situations where we needed to separate people, we might consider separating them within that building, but we also had the option of moving them to another facility altogether. And because we had 7 different detention centers, we had a lot of different options to manage the population. We just don't have that capacity here. And so it becomes very challenging in 1 building to do that.
Yeah. In terms of from an educational standpoint too, do you still have to maintain the separation agreements even in the educational settings?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is this why or how, I guess, you would get the claims from a number of the public witnesses who testified earlier that a lot of the young people are receiving just packets as opposed to in-classroom instruction?
That may be a contributor, but I think that's a different issue. And I'm glad that you raised that, Councilmember Henderson, because the issue that they raised was the new unit that we opened.
Yes,
And
the orientation unit.
that's correct. And that unit, they're correct, that unit does not have a school, but we move those kids into other living units to get education on in the classroom areas for those other units. And that's how we deal with those kids. Kids that get packets are generally kids that have just arrived and we don't have their education records, or there's some other issue, like we have to keep them in some kind of separate area. So yes, some of that could be the separation issues because of safety. But I think that the larger issue was youth in that particular unit, which we do generally move unless there is a reason we can't.
Okay. What's the difference between your orientation unit and your intake unit?
So intake is where youth come off the street. So as soon as somebody is either arrested or detained by the court, they will go into the intake unit. There are court social services staff that work in that area. There are assessments that are done. We do the medical checks and that sort of thing. The orientation unit would be the second stop for a young person at YSC. And that's where we'll give them information about how the facility operates, what the rules are, what the expectations for those youth are.
What's your expectation for how long someone spends on the orientation unit before they move to a what do you call it? Living unit? Is that what you refer to?
A living unit, yeah. So they would stay there for 7 days.
Have you all been able to keep to that?
Yes, I mean, I'm sure there are exceptions where we've exceeded the time frame, but generally, yes, we have worked closely with the school system to ensure that we move kids. And if we can't, then we work out an arrangement. But generally speaking, we do adhere to that 7 days.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because, part of the testimony was that the facility, like on a day like today, the facility is at capacity. And so if you're using every available space, then that leads me to believe that you've got kids on intake and you've got kids on orientation who probably should be moving on, but you may not have the space to do so.
Yeah, but we have kids moving in and out of the facilities on a daily basis. So I will confer with my team and evaluate that data. I know we have been tracking that data to ensure that we do move youth. Absolutely, there are going to be times where we've exceeded that time. It's not always space related, though. There are other reasons we may need to exceed that time.
Okay. In one second, I'm trying to find a question. You all mentioned that one of your goals in your 2023 action plan was to ensure that all FMLA and PFL paperwork was received timely and ensuring that staff promptly return to work once their authorization has expired. Can you describe your progress on this?
Yes. So as I mentioned, we have hired that return to work coordinator. I'm going to defer to Mr. Moore to give you some details on how that position will operate with the agency.
Sure. Thanks, Councilmember Henderson. So the return to work coordinator is going to work within the district's federal and district guidelines with regard to leave management, and their responsibility will focus on effectively reviewing staff absences, medical certifications, and we would work with staff who are out due to medical conditions that are work-related or to FMLA and PFL. And so we work closely with DCHR and with the Office of Disability Rights to evaluate those certifications and make determinations on whether or not staff can continue to operate in those YVR roles, or if we need to look for other positions for them, if we need to do a job redesign, or ultimately the last position that we want to put them in is we may have to separate them if they're not capable of performing their essential job functions.
Okay. I think you said a stat earlier, Director, 48 of your YDRs are out due to medical conditions. And I just kind of feel like that's a, for your size of an agency, that seems very large. I mean, are these like folks who are out on workers' compensate, like they were harmed on the job, or other types of personal medical related?
There are a range of reasons, but it is a large number of staff that are unavailable to work. That was the term that I use. And so that can encompass workers' compensation, FMLA, PFL, and other reasons that they are unavailable to work. If you want a breakdown, Mr. Moore can give you a breakdown of those different categories.
Councilmember White, is that okay? I don't know if Mr. Moore has it with you or you needed to follow up.
Yeah, if he has it.
Yes, I have that information available now.
Go right ahead.
Regard to staff that are out for workers' compensation cases are in a modified duty capacity. We have 14 staff that are on limited duty or modified duty capacity. So they're working either with DYRS or they're working with another agency while they're going through the healing process. And then we have another 17 staff that are out on workers' compensation cases that are not released to work in any capacity at all. So they're healing right now. They're receiving compensation from workers' compensation while they're healing process. And we have another 17 staff that are out on long-term FMLA or PFL and other leave statuses. And we're working with those folks, that's a time limited benefit that they have. And we're working with them on returning them back to work as soon as those benefits have expired. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilmember White.
Thank you. I want to stay on that vein, Director of Staffing. Because it's my understanding, I guess, as of yesterday, there were 20 staff to be drafted at the facility at YSC. Is that accurate?
We're going to check on that number.
Is that a high number?
That is a high number to be drafted.
And if those numbers are not met, does it put the agency at a greater deficit for safety protocols?
Well, of course, we need to staff our facilities, and the reason we use the draft is to ensure that we have the proper number of staff that are needed to staff those positions. So we need to bring people in, and of course, that's why our goal is to have our budget passed, get the additional positions that the mayor has given in her proposed budget, and of course, work with our return to work coordinator so that we have more staff available for duty.
Is there anything set up with other agencies, organizations, private entities that fill in, that you are thinking about creating a relationship with to fill in those staff persons? I know it's a bit complicated like this as far as training, knowing the facility, access, security. Just trying to think about other alternatives. And 20 is a high number if that is true. And so if that is not met, then I can imagine that we are under tremendous strain trying to meet basic accommodations, moving youth around the facility, caring for them, just the whole nine.
So we are, so just to speak about bringing in other agencies or other folks, that is a difficult thing to do. As you mentioned, we need to have our staff trained, and bringing in people temporarily poses other challenges and other risks to facility safety and security. And our training is a 6-week training course, and then we follow up with on-the-job training as well with our team. So it would be a very difficult thing to do that with an outside entity. What we are looking at doing is we are working with DCHR to identify staff elsewhere in the agency. These would be staff that were formerly YDRs or other staff in the community care area or in headquarters that are willing to volunteer and work in facilities. And we do have a number of staff that are willing to volunteer. And so we're working with DCHR to identify those individuals, have them either trained or to bring their training back up through in-service training if they've already served as a YDR and been through that training. and to function fully within our facility. So we are looking at that.
Is there anything in place to incentivize? I hear you saying volunteer. I don't know if that's the best word, but is anything in place to incentivize workers from other places to come over?
Yes, those staff would be earning overtime. That would be the incentive that they get.
Got it. Currently, what is the capacity at YSC?
What is the capacity at YSC?
Yeah, for youth.
So we've had this conversation before, council members. So we do have 98 beds, but that doesn't mean we can't accommodate other youth using temporary cots. And so we can expand, or we have elasticity if we need to. And this gets back to one of the issues that I've raised earlier, which is we don't control who gets detained, how many kids get detained.
I want to do a rapid fire real quick, and I appreciate your explanation. I'm just trying to get at some numbers here, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So YSC right now, without the carts, is 98. New Beginnings is what?
60 beds.
60?
60, 60.
Got you. And then now at YSC, how many youth do we have there?
We currently have 50. And
at YSC?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said it at New Beginnings. We have 99 today at YSC.
Okay, and New Beginnings, how many?
We have 50 at New Beginnings. We'll be moving some kids over this week. We will not be able to use all 60 beds at New Beginnings because we have opened that girls unit. We don't have 10 girls that would fit in the program there, so that there are going to be vacant beds there.
Thank you. And I heard you talk about just the different functions that you all have to take on from different populations of youth. And when I asked a question about safety, one of the first things you mentioned was Title 16. Is it your belief that the Title 16 youth are involved in a number of these high incidents at the facility at YSC?
They are involved in incidents. That doesn't mean we don't have incidents of assault or that nature with other youth, but they are involved, and they are central to the complexity that we have in managing that facility. Absolutely.
Got you. And I know you have moved a number of Title 16 to the DC jail. How many are remaining in the facility right now?
Today we have 23 Title 16 youth. So what that means is that our numbers have gone up, even though we've taken that step to move youth as they turn 18. We are seeing more kids coming in, so they're moving in faster than they're moving out.
Okay. And how is these Title 16 youth situated in the facility? Are they all together? Because I heard you also say there is some restrictions on beefs coming from the community. And I know that some of these youth squad Title 16 has beef in the community and on different quadrants. And I know we don't have unlimited space. So tell me how that's working.
So we have 2 units for Title 16 youth at YSC. And so we can't separate between those 2 units, but that's the extent of space that we have to separate youth.
Okay. There was testimony today by Ms. Seegers that she believes that the council needs to enact new legislation to charge more youth with Title 16. Based on your expertise prior to this job and now, do you support something like that? What are your thoughts?
Well, my recollection of her testimony was that the youth that are charged as adults shouldn't be housed with us, was her testimony that I remember.
Yeah, she said
I do agree with that.
She specifically stated that there need to be more youth categories for offenders charged with Title 16.
So, I think that the U.S. Attorney's Office makes the decision. I don't want to get into his discretion or what it should be, but generally speaking, yes, if you commit a serious crime or you have multiple serious crimes, then the youth system may not be the best place for that young person.
Let me be specific with this. There was an incident on around May 7th where youth alleged an attack where staff piled on him, forcibly restrained him, bit him, kicked him in the ribs, threatened to kill him, and placed him in a chokehold. Are you aware of this situation, Director?
Sorry, where did this incident take place?
DYRS, New
Where
Beginnings.
a youth bit a staff?
No, a staff bit a youth. It's in the
I'm not sure which.
Yeah, it's in the lawsuit.
Okay, yes. So I'm aware of the lawsuit, council member. I can't comment on the lawsuit.
Gotcha. Thank you. One of the things that was also alleged in this testimony of the lawsuit and also by the Public Defender Service is that they feel that staff are using the advantage of blind spots in the facility to overuse of force. Is that something you think is happening or not happening, Director?
We do reposition cameras, and we do not tell staff where or when we reposition cameras. And some of our cameras can be moved remotely so that we can have visibility. There certainly are places where we don't have cameras, particularly in youth rooms. And we investigate every incident and ensure that we hold staff, if they are perpetrators of resident abuse, that we hold them accountable. Have there been incidents of that? Absolutely, there have been, and we have responded appropriately.
Got it. And last question for this round, Director. From those incidents, you say investigator. How many people are on your investigative team?
We have 4 investigators, and within the Office of OII, we also have a director.
I know there was one vacancy at one point. Has that vacancy been filled?
Well, we've created a new position that we are going to recruit for. So not exactly a vacancy. What we've done is taken an administrative position and converted it into an investigator.
Yeah, this wasn't an administrative position. This is a former vacancy from someone who left.
Yes, we do have one investigator vacant, and we're in the hiring process for that position.
What part of the process are you in with that?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Moore if you've got that information. Okay, we'll have to come back with where we are on that.
All right, got that. I'm thankful for the clarity on that. Director, you also spoke to investigations that happens. While these investigations are taking place, what happens to the staff in question during the investigation?
So the staff are put on non-contact duty if there is any kind of allegation of resident abuse. So they would be on some post where they're not going to be in contact with any youth.
On average, Director, how long do you say that the investigations are typically happening with the staff that are on non-contact duty?
So it can vary. So we have investigations that are fairly quick because we can review video and either clear or found, have a founded complaint, and we can move on those fairly quickly. We do have investigations that do involve law enforcement, and when we involve law enforcement, those typically do take a good bit longer. And depending on the complexity of their investigation, that can take, I've had staff for months that were unavailable or they could not go back to duty because of an investigation.
Gotcha. I was at a facility and I saw individuals there sitting around pretty much doing nothing, in my opinion. I don't know if they were doing something. I'm just saying what I saw them do. And you talked about 48 staff out, but even those that are on non-contact duty, how many staff are on non-contact duty at this point?
We'll have to check on that, Councilmember White. What we try to do with staff that are on non-contact is put them on another post, but we have limited numbers of posts that we can place staff if they're under investigation. But it's important that we do those investigations, and we have to do those and do it by taking those staff off of the regular duty cycle, because if there is a founded issue, we do not want to have any kind of subsequent or retaliation or any of those issues arise.
Thank you. And I guess I need to know that number because that's critical to determining the amount of staff vacancies. As you know, we have been trying to get the agency to hire for years, even prior to you, but to no avail to full capacity. And there's a proposal to remove some of the staff there for fear that they won't be hired anyway. And I know you just spoke to that a few minutes ago about you all are hiring staff. If you can give some credibility to that to give us some reassurance that will happen, that'd be critical for this budget cycle.
Absolutely. We are always hiring staff. And as I mentioned, these 8 vacancies, which is a very low number for an agency our size, already have individuals that have been recruited and selected and accepted positions, and they have start dates. So we move very quickly to fill those positions, and we'll continue to do that.
There has been a sense of conversation about connecting other agencies to DYRS to provide comprehensive wraparound services for those in the facility and in the community. What other agencies do you say that you are working with on a consistent basis, and what does their partnership look like?
So I work very closely with DBH, and we are collaborating right now to train our staff in trauma-informed care. We are engaged with Dr. Joan Galise from the National Association of State Mental Health Program Directors, This is a grant that DBH has, and they have brought us in so that we can develop that training. We also work with DBH on and CFSA on placement options. And so we've worked with both agencies to identify placements and collaborate where we can to serve our youth. I am working as well to connect my staff with DBH's senior team on how we can enhance our evaluation of youth. They do a lot of the evaluations for court that are oftentimes the responsibility of court social services, but it's actually DBH staff that do a lot of the evaluations. And so we want to see if we can collaborate there and utilize some of the evaluations that they have, get that information to help us make placement decisions faster.
Got it. What about other mental health providers? I know we have a number of we have 4 new private companies that opened up during the pandemic just in my ward alone. Do you all work with them? Because it is my understanding, based on the numbers, that we don't have enough I guess mental health professionals to serve the population and the need there. I guess the data reflected that it was over 80% of youth in DYRS who had some type of mental health diagnosis.
So we are actually engaged with a provider. I don't remember the name of the provider offhand, but there is a provider that my team is working with that is available and that is actually funded by DC government already. So we're working with them. We work with our team as well to ensure that all of our kids get the services that they need. But yes, we are engaged with other providers as well.
Director, early on there was a backlog in youth being moved from the facility to placement. Can you explain to me where we are now with that and your different processes you put in place to fix that backlog? Because when you talked about what adds to the violence there, that was one of the factors.
Yes, so the number of youth that are awaiting placement is now down to 27 youth. And that's one of the lowest numbers I've seen since I've been here.
Direct,
We
can you speak,
always,
I don't mean to cut you off, just for clarity, can you speak from what to what in time frame?
so we have typically been, and this is always a moving target, but we have typically, since I've been here for now about 10 months. There were about 40 youth when I started, if I'm remembering correctly, and I need to go back and check, that were awaiting placement. But the real measure that we need to look at is the length of time that they await placement. So while the number has come down, and it's a number that will always change, we're down to 77 days on average awaiting placement. That number has been over 100 days. So we have made progress in placing youth faster. It's not enough. I want to push that number down, and my target is 30 days. We should be able to place a youth within 1 month of their commitment.
A lot of this goes back to contracts with other entities, comes with policy and procedure. We got down, according to what you remember, from 40 to 27. What is in place to speed this up and limit the amount of time of these placements?
So to speed this up, we have first, we have a new deputy director for family programs that has prioritized placing youth. Secondly, we have executed contracts with providers and also expanded the existing contracts that we have with providers so that we have more availability and more options for our youth. The difficult to place youth are the PRTF youth. We have youth that are assessed to need which is a psychiatric residential treatment facility. We don't have that option in the district, so we do have to go out of state. When we go out of state for placements, then we have to engage with a process with the ICC, which is I'm forgetting what that acronym stands for, but essentially it's an agreement between all states on how we move youth if they're moving to other states. And we have to follow that process, and that is a bit time consuming. Interstate Compact, it's the Interstate Compact Commission. And so we are obviously interested in developing relationships with providers in the district. That would be ideal, and we have executed contracts with providers in the district, but we also have to have placements that meet our treatment needs. And so we continue to engage with OCP to identify providers that will do business with us.
So I saw you had a request for proposal. How many new providers do we have that we have placed youth through, and how many youth do we have currently out of town?
I need to get the list of youth that we have. We have about 177. We have 177 youth in placement. 50 of those are in at New Beginnings, and so the rest would be in private providers. And I'll have to get a breakdown of the in-state versus out-of-state private providers for you.
Thank you for that. I'm just I'm kind of feel like I'm all over the place, but there are so many questions that we need to tie up from the previous hearing. So just bear with me on that. There was some concern about visitation and possible contraband coming into visitation. Have you heard that, first of all? And if so, what is the agency doing to prevent any drugs or contraband coming in through visitation?
So we have had instances where we believe folks were trying to bring contraband in through visitation. I believe I mentioned earlier in the hearing that we had instances where visitors came through the door, saw that we were pat checking people, and searching people, turned around and left. If we have suspicion that somebody has been smuggling contraband or is participating in some way, we restrict their ability to visit and move them to virtual visits, which
Okay.
we have done in a number of occasions.
Yeah, so the incident that I spoke of, it is my belief that the parent who was accused of bringing contraband into the facility, that youth is now transferred to New Beginnings, and that parent is still seeing the youth at that facility. So we want to look into that, and I thank God we had no overdoses there. But as you can imagine, Director, that we are on edge, just praying and hoping that none of our youth lose their life in this epidemic of opioid crisis that's plaguing our city now in our institutions. We've seen a number of overdoses at DC jail as well, so it's not just unique with DYRS, but the thing that is unique is that these are kids, and there's an adult bringing it to them. Has there been any arrests made of any staff persons who have been found to be bringing drugs or contraband in the facility?
We have not had any arrests, and I just want to go back for a second. If you could provide offline the information that you have about a parent, we do want to follow up on that, but I don't want that communicated in the meeting. But we have not had arrests of staff for contraband. But as I mentioned, I am working with MPD. We're going to be meeting with Chief Smith and some of her investigators so that we can collaborate with them more closely on folks that may be suspect.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm asking, because we were talking about contraband in the facility 2 years ago, and now we're talking about it a week ago. And so if there's, as you know, if these individuals are not seeing any consequences, then like anything is going to not only continue but elevate. But somehow it's getting in there. And then I looked at the numbers of you talked about how many youth tested positive, and that was just a small group. It's, as you said, 98, 99 individuals in the facility. Have you tested the other individuals who have not been tested?
We haven't tested everybody in each round. We do random tests, and we also test youth that we suspect. And that's part of the reason why the high rate of positive tests. When we suspect somebody is under the influence or intoxicated, we test them. And that's why so many of those tests at YSC are positive.
And how long have you started this new rechecking system with the staff?
The rechecking. Oh, you mean the reverse searches?
Yes.
What's that?
End of August.
Since the end of August.
Have you found anything on staff person that was unauthorized in the facility?
We certainly have found contraband on staff, but not drugs.
What type of contraband?
Other things like prohibited food items, cell phones, cell phone chargers. Those are the types of items that we have found.
And what happens in those cases?
If those individuals would go through the disciplinary process.
Got it. And do you all do random checks of units and or youth on a regular basis now?
Absolutely. So we do shakedowns, and we vary the time that we do those shakedowns so that we're not predictable. They can come daytime or nighttime, and anytime that we find contraband or we have positive tests, we will do a shakedown of the facility.
How many shakedowns have you done?
Almost every day.
So they're quite frequent. At YSC, almost daily, we're doing shakedowns.
Has there been any youth who come forward to say where he or she got the actual drugs from?
We do talk to youth. I'm reticent to give any specifics out, but we do interview youth, and they do provide us information.
What's done with that information?
Well, we act on it. Sometimes it's intelligence that gives us a tip on somebody that we should be looking at. And if there's something that is specific that we can check, like search for, then we'll do that as well.
Has this led to any suspicion of staff?
So you're getting, council member, into a lot of our tactics. These are the kinds of things that I would be happy to have a confidential meeting with you on to discuss our tactics.
So I guess the concern is from the public. What is going on over at New Beginnings, YSC, DYRS? Because we've heard of incidents and reoccurring incidents and reoccurring incidents and reoccurring incidents, but no arrests. So you attribute that to an ongoing investigation with NPD. What do you say to something like that, Director?
So not everything is going to lead to an arrest. So even if we determine that somebody has, we find somebody with contraband, determining how that came in is not a simple matter. So we might suspect somebody, put them under surveillance, but that's not a guarantee that we're going to find things. Now, oftentimes what we'll do is if we do have somebody under suspicion and they have violated other procedures, we may act on those other procedures because we're not going to just wait and continue to surveil somebody because we think that they might be doing something. If there is an actionable, where we can terminate, if we have enough evidence to terminate somebody on another basis, we will move on that.
And how often do you use surveillance and cameras to address incident reports?
All the time. Every critical incident gets reviewed. We review the cameras. So as it was already described, but I think it needs to be described again. When we have an incident, yes, there are individuals that write incident reports, but then we have compliance managers that review those incident reports along with the video. The administration, the superintendents also review those videos along with those incident reports, administrators, and I will review some of those as well. So we review those incidents, we review them through video to confirm the facts of the situation.
Do you know how many cameras we have at New Beginnings and at YSC inside?
I'd have to get you a count of the cameras, but we have cameras in every living unit, in the entry. I don't have a count of them offhand.
Okay. And is all cameras working properly?
Go ahead, Mr. Norman. Oops.
What I was sharing with Director Bed is that we have a camera inventory that's done daily by each shift. So we have a camera inventory, and to say that every camera is up and operating, we will have to verify that before we give you an accurate response. But when a camera is down, we put in a work order with our IT department to have the camera repaired.
So if it is an inventory, you said the inventory is done daily?
Yes, the camera inventory is done daily.
So if it's done daily, there should have been one done yesterday. So based on what was done yesterday, is all cameras working?
I could pull it. I have to pull it for you and get that information back to you.
All right, if we can get that before the hearings, that'll be very critical to this hearing. Is there a desire to get more cameras placed in the facility?
Yes, we are looking at adding cameras in certain areas of the facility.
Is there any conversation about body-worn cameras by staff?
We have not had conversations about body-worn cameras by staff.
Is there a particular reason?
We just haven't had any conversations about body cameras.
Got it. All right. And I asked that because in the particular lawsuit filed against the district, it is noted that, let me read it directly. Plaintiff alleged that video shows conduct that did not appear in the incident report that is on the camera.
So again, I'm not going to comment about a lawsuit, but what I will say is that we do have camera coverage. And so if somebody falsifies or tries to shade their incident report, we review those videos and we can detect that. And that is exactly how it was detected in that situation.
Got it. I think it was noted that there were 14 assaults in a 10-day period. That is, these group assaults is picking up in the agency. Is there a strategy to address this? Because in these group assaults, it is also alleged that this is what leads to people being left somewhere unconscious and then hospitalized.
Absolutely. We are very concerned about group assaults, and that's why we've taken all the measures that we've described here today. You mentioned the 14 assaults. Those are the total number of assaults. Those are not all group assaults. We had 2 major incidents recently where 2 groups got together. And again, without getting into details, there are, as I mentioned, this is a human enterprise. People make mistakes. But the big problem that we have is that we have one building where we have so many different groups of youth that have to be housed and oftentimes housed separately, and there aren't enough spaces to house every subgroup separately.
So, Director, thank you for that. So you said that number is 14 total incidents, not assaults?
Those are incidents of assaults, but I'm saying those are not all group assaults.
So there may have been more people assaulted than the 14.
No, there were 14 instances where there was some type of assault. Some of those were group assaults.
I got that. So it's more than 14 individuals involved. Is that accurate to say?
Yes, that is accurate.
And de-escalation of these assaults. What is the protocol? What happens in the case of an assault happening in the unit where there's 1 or 2 staff there and you have to deploy more people there? Can you walk us through what the protocol is?
Yes, I'll have Mr. Norman go through the protocols when we have an assault in a facility and how we respond to that.
When there's an assault in the facility, the first thing is to call for assistance. Hopefully Master Control is monitoring the camera, can see the behavior prior to calling for assistance, but when not, Master Control, the person working the living unit will call for assistance.
Mr. Norman, does these cameras have sound?
No, sir.
So they have to detect that something is escalating based on movement and no sound?
Yes, sir. Cameras do not have audio.
Okay, is there any thoughts about creating cameras with audio in the detention facility?
I would love to. I think that would be a help.
What's preventing us from doing that?
So let me jump in, Councilmember White. Putting sound into those cameras can be problematic because there is a lot of noise that occurs through people talking, through doors closing and opening. And so I don't know that it adds much value to have the audio added. I'm certainly open to consulting with some of our colleagues in other states to see if anyone has done that, but I haven't seen places where they use audio in those because the cameras typically are pretty far away from where people might be because they're looking at different rooms. So it's not like you're going to be able to really pick up conversations easily with
Got that.
audio.
Got that. But it also the contrary is also problematic where we have to have how many people in the command center, Director?
We have 2 in the control unit.
And how many cameras?
We're getting the information on the cameras. Mr. Norman, do you have that?
Yes. So at New Beginnings, there's 165 cameras. 6 of those cameras are offline. The 6 that are offline are located in the parking lot. At YSC, there's 180 cameras, 2 not working, and they're located in our intake department. Work orders have been submitted to get the cameras repaired.
Thank you. And so that you can imagine, Director, it's hard for someone to watch 4 cameras. You said at New Beginnings it's 165 cameras. And at YSC it's 180 cameras. That's a lot of cameras to monitor. And I don't know how the screen goes back and forth with different areas because most youth are on some type of living quadrant or lunch or moving throughout the facility. That is not enough people to watch those cameras. I don't know if you agree with that, Director. If you can speak to that.
The control unit isn't designed to simply watch the cameras for youth and monitor behavior. The control unit is monitoring the facility. They're opening doors for individuals, and they use the cameras to identify people, to verify, yes, that is somebody that we need to open a door for or not open a door for. The cameras are all recorded. So all of these cameras are going to a server that's recording all of the videos. And so the primary value that we have from cameras is to review incidents and be able to look at different angles and see when something happens. Not to just have, you'd have to have a tremendous number of staff if you wanted to simply watch all the cameras and monitor every facility in every room that way. It wouldn't, I don't think we'd have space in the control unit to manage all that.
Yeah, I agree with that. But there are other things that have been problematic because when I first asked about the assaults, that was one of the things that was listed to detect the assaults is aggressive movement through the cameras. And I guess one of the other things we're concerned about is there are complaints that some of there's sound issues. It relates to someone trying to walkie-talkie into the command center to get aid. Have you heard that as well, Director?
So let me just address the first part. The control is not the only place that has access to the cameras. So the superintendents and the assistant superintendents in the facilities also have access to those cameras. And so they will be watching particular units to identify issues. They're the ones that are going to be doing surveillance. Our investigators also have access to cameras. So there are different people.
When you say access, is there part of their job to sit and watch cameras? Access means they have the authority to watch it. Can you walk us, like, what does that mean, access?
Yeah, so a superintendent or an assistant superintendent, yes, it is part of their job to watch the cameras, to use those cameras so that they can zero in on problematic areas. So that is part of what they do. They also are required to review randomly different parts of the facility recordings so that we can do spot checks on staff and how they're operating. So we don't just simply rely on incident reports to determine if we need to do camera review. So during the course of the day, if you're in with the superintendent or one of the assistants, you'll see their monitors are up. They have a separate monitor. It's not their computer, a separate screen to look at cameras. And then they have their radios and they will radio into a unit if they see somebody acting inappropriately or if staff aren't supervising youth appropriately and direct them to do otherwise.
Thank you. And I guess the part 2 for that was, have you heard of any issues with radios not working in certain parts of the facility?
Radios break from time to time, but we've replaced all the radios at YSC with brand new radios, and I believe we are replacing the ones at New Beginnings. Do we know when those are coming in? Okay, those are scheduled to come in. I'll have to get you a date for when they should be done. We do have to refresh those from time to time, but we have working radios at both facilities.
Yeah, and I think the issue wasn't about broken radios, what it was about the facility and reception of the radios in certain parts of the facility, one being the command center.
Okay, I'll have to look into that complaint.
Okay. Did have a follow-up to that. You mentioned work orders in for the cameras into DGS. Have they responded back yet to those work orders from both facilities?
So Mr. Norman mentioned that there are work orders. We'll have to check on what the status of those work orders are for the cameras. And I don't believe it's DGS that's doing the cameras. That's through our maintenance team.
Thank you. Another incident was an alleged sexual assault. I believe this was at New Beginnings. What in this case, true or not, allegation, what happens to the individuals that have been accused of the sexual assault and also a victim of the sexual assault? And I'm speaking on detention, charged, and also on therapy.
So I can't talk about that particular situation, but when we have an allegation like that, we separate the youth. If there was an aggressor from a victim, we'll separate the aggressor. We will interview the victim. We'll provide services. There is a process for, I believe it's called SAVRA, where we assign a victim advocate if they were victimized. These things would be reported as well to the authorities.
Thank you. I did know that there were some staffing concerns about male versus female, and I believe you responded about a human rights issue as it relates to what gender you can and cannot hire. Has that been worked through at all as relates to getting more staff in a facility that has more males than females?
So it has not been fully resolved. We are working with DCHR to address this. It's not a human rights issue. It's more of an employment law issue because we would be discriminating against qualified candidates based on their gender. I think there is a justification for doing that, and we're working through that with DCHR.
I want to thank you, Director, because I remember the first time I came there, the number of staff that were out was 56, and now we have 48. And I know you've hired someone to help bring those numbers down. So what do you anticipate the number? What do you anticipate the number being in the next couple of months? And how are they bringing those numbers down? What is taking place to bring people back to work?
So it's hard to predict what those where the number will be. What we're trying to do is identify anybody that is committing fraud, frankly. So if they are committing fraud and they are on leave and they shouldn't be, this person is there. They're going to review those cases and hopefully detect those so that we can separate those individuals. We do have folks that get hurt on the job. Those are legitimate injuries. They need to take that time to recover. And so it's not about getting the number down per se, because if they're legitimate claims, then they are properly in that status. So what we want to do is obviously, number one, bring on our additional staff, the 21 additional staff that we have in our budget to help with our existing staff. And then we work with our team to identify procedures that can make the facility safer. So if we have fewer incidents, we'll have fewer folks that get hurt.
You should get so. Well, let's talk on the part about injuries real quick. In the case, it appears that there has been a culture of violence recently in the agency. I'm talking about every week something's going on. Where it's assault, and I don't know what is being done in every situation, but I do know that you spoke to youth being recharged. In these situations, are youth being recharged, not being recharged? It depends on the type of incident. Walk us through what's happening, Director.
Yeah, so let me just say, it is not something that's happening across the agency. As I've mentioned, as the independent monitors mentioned, New Beginnings has a very low level of assaults. This is something that is occurring at YSC because it is a detention center. We have youth that are awaiting trial. They have high levels of anxiety. As I've mentioned, we've got the Title 16 kids, the long lengths of stay there that contributes to incidents. And so it is a very, very difficult environment that we're working in. In terms of how we charge folks, if there is a serious assault, we will contact MPD and have a youth rebooked. But it is done on a case-by-case basis. We are not, we have to be understanding that these are youth that are already incarcerated.
Right.
They've already been locked up, and there is minimal value for charging every time if there is a push or a shove or something like that. Those aren't the kinds of things that we're going to call police and have them charged on, even though they get recorded as assaults.
So
if there are injuries,
go ahead, Director.
So when there are injuries, if there are injuries to youth or injuries to staff, generally that is when we will charge or rebook somebody for those offenses.
So there are instances where youth have been involved in a fight of some sort, right? And then you have the two different views on what should happen. There's a view that this youth is just involved in a fight and he or she is back on the unit like nothing ever happened. Then there's another view that says, well, the rules is we cannot detain a youth for any extended period of time because of what the rules say. And so I don't know what that healthy balance is, but as an expert in the field, Director, can you speak to your thoughts on how to create a healthy environment during these assaults?
So I'm not sure I'm following, where you're going, council member, but, as I said, if we have significant injuries, we will rebook those kids. But even those kids that are rebooked, they are charged. They're coming right back to detention.
Right.
They're going to come right back into our same facility, and we have the same constraints that we have that we've been talking about.
Yeah. So I guess my question was, outside of recharging, what else happens? Is that they go back to normal behavior? I mean, what is happening?
No, we have a restorative justice practice that we utilize with those young people, and so we will bring that young person in. If it's a staff, sometimes we will bring that staff in and try to restore their relationship and work things out. With youth, we will also bring them in if it's warranted and try to resolve their dispute. And we have had situations where kids assaulted each other, have gone through a restorative, agreed to refrain from those activities and related well together afterwards. So we use those techniques to help resolve the conflicts that we have. And of course, as you know, we use our community partners, whether it's Brother Rahim and his group coming in and talking to our kids. Parent Watch will talk to young people as well. We have a number of community providers. There's another one called Cruise, and this is an organization that Joe Patterson from Parent Watch has organized of different professionals that will work and program with our kids. We have Opportunity Over Ops, where we bring members of the community in to work with youth to resolve conflicts that are arising from the community. So we have a range of different things that we do with young people to try to resolve those conflicts.
And let me ask you this, Director, according to some of the statistics that you all provided in 2023, there were 227 youth on staff assaults with 8 injuries. Is that accurate?
When did we provide that data?
In one of the reports. I can
In
get
one of the
that.
reports? If we provided it, then it's correct. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. If one of the staff can speak to that, who has that or knows that information, that's an extremely high number.
Was this provided in budget oversight or in performance oversight?
Let me see.
So I do have some incident data that I can share with you for YSC, youth on youth assaults for February, March, April, and up to May 19th. So for those nearly 4 months, we had 106 youth on youth assaults.
Trying to get the information. So we said that I have to provide to you, Director, where we got this from. Cutting close to that's cutting. To the 106. And what facility is this?
That was at Youth Services.
What about New Beginnings?
New Beginnings in that same time period had 18.
What about youth on staff and vice versa?
Yep, youth on staff at Youth Services Center for that same time period, we had 76 youth on staff assaults. And at New Beginnings, 20.
My staff and I were grappling with the issue of youth taking staff badges, which creates a significant security breach. Thank you. And it says that we got that from the performance oversight pre-hearing questions. We submitted a list of questions and you all answered that in our pre-hearing questions and the performance oversight. We are grappling with like taking a staff's badge is serious. I don't know what happens in that case. What Director, walk me through what happens in the case. Not even a supervisor badge was taken. Like this is beyond comprehension.
So when we have an incident like that, there is a process within the facility for sanctioning youth. And there are a number of different sanctions that we can take against, but there would be a hearing for that youth if we were going to do a sanction, so they could reduce their level in the behavior management system, which would restrict their access to certain reinforcers. They could have their bedtime, put earlier. They could lose some of the privileges that they have, and that's generally how we deal with that kind of behavior. And when we want to take that sanction, there is I'll call it a quasi-judicial process where young people are notified of the allegation of what they did, and then there's a hearing with one of our hearing officers that we have, whether it's Judge Thomas or Ms. Presley.
Got it. I believe between 2 and 3 weeks ago, a staff supervisor's badge was taken. And so what type of access does a supervisor have? Does he or she still have full access to the entire facility?
Let me defer to, sorry?
They can get on with it.
Yeah, so supervisors can access the living units, all of the living units.
And during the time of this incident, was the badge taken to enter a living unit?
I'll have to review that specific incident.
It wasn't that long ago. It was 2 weeks ago. And it should be well-known, if a supervisor, that's serious, that's like a supervisor's badge was taken, it
Yeah,
should be.
Mr. Norman's going to respond to that.
All right.
Councilmember White, is that the day that you were there?
Sorry, someone was calling me. What'd you say, Mr. Norman?
Was that the day that you were there for Ramadan services?
No, this was after that. The Ramadan service was a month ago. This was in the last 2 weeks.
I'm not familiar with that. I have to look
Okay.
into whether a supervisor's badge was taken. I know
Okay.
that badges were taken, but not from a supervisor.
There was no incident where a supervisor badge was taken. Are you saying that?
That I'm familiar with. I'm gonna look into it.
Okay, it was on and around Friday, May the 3rd.
Yes.
Is that accurate or not?
Yeah, we'll look into that and get a response to you, Councilmember White.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna move right here for the sake of time. I still haven't gotten an answer about the 227 assaults. So if you get that to me, that'll be helpful. How many youth on youth assaults happened year to date at the facility? I think you just gave me numbers from February. YSC and New Beginnings.
Yeah, I'll have to get the January data. I didn't pull that for this meeting.
That's critical. This is a meeting about public safety, so we're gonna need to get that. Directed, I don't know if you answered this. I heard you attempting to talk about this. Was about the access to education at the facility, and it is alleged that every youth wasn't getting what they need in education, especially those who have just came to the facility.
So when a young person just comes to the facility, we don't have all of their records right away. So they do receive education packets for a period of time. But the issue was around the orientation unit and whether they are getting education. And so, yes, those youth do move on to other living units for education at YSC. So we don't have an education space in the orientation unit. So we have to move those youth into other living units. We distribute them for school purposes to get their education services, just like all the other youth. There are circumstances when we have somebody that is on a separation order and we can't put them into one of the other living units. So there may be certain circumstances like that where we are not pulling that young person into school and we have to use alternative means.
Got it. Director, there was a note in one of the questionnaires about dual jacketed youth between youth at DYS and CFSA, and I think it was noted that we had 8 in custody. What happens with these dual jacketed youth and how are they moving throughout the facility?
So dual jacketed youth are youth that we work collaboratively with CFSA on. So if there's an active case with CFSA, we'll work with those youth. In terms of their movement in detention or into committed space, there isn't much impact there. It's really around the benefit would be to do it with the courts and in the community. What we want to make sure is that we're not having families brought into court for multiple hearings, one for CFSA, one for DYRS, and we're covering a lot of the same grounds. We use a lot of the same services. So that's the purpose of having that MOA.
Got it. As a follow-up, Director, to the movement as relates to Title 16 youth. I think I heard you say there were 2 different units for Title 16. And there in that is also beefs and restrictions. Are there times where these 2 units can accommodate any 2 or more persons in any of these units? And if so, what happens in that case?
You're asking me if there are beefs where we can't have kids separated?
Yeah, part of the
Yeah.
public safety issue I asked about, one of the things you talked about was staffing. Then you talked about Title 16, and in that you talked about that there were only 2 units for Title 16. And I can imagine 2 units with all the abuse going on to the city is complicated to even address. And so there may be an incident where a person or persons can't go to either of the units. I'm just trying to figure out what happens then, because it's my understanding Title 16 can't be around other youth.
That's correct. And so that is one of the big limitations that we have, is that we only have those 2 Title 16 units. And frankly, we may have to open a 3rd one because those 2 units are full. And that is the reason why I'm suggesting that we need to reconsider housing those youth at DYRS. So we have very limited options. Now, there are places that we can put a youth if they are unsafe in one of those different units, but it's a compromise. We could put them in the medical unit, we could put them in the intake unit, but those are the other spaces that we would be able to utilize if we had to separate somebody and they couldn't be in either Title 16 unit.
Got it. And what happens how many units do you have total at YSC?
We have 9 units.
I thought it was 10. Is it 9 or 10?
No, there are 8 11-bed units and 1 10-bed unit.
And I guess I was trying to get an understanding. There's 3 questions ago as relates to once a person is injured and hospitalized, how is she or he reintegrated back into the facility? And you begin to start talking about restorative justice. How real is that? And is it really, because I'm saying some of the same individuals that's been in fights and beating people up is the same people. So, and some of the same victims. In some cases, we got parents calling me saying, man, what the hell is going on over there? My son's been beat up several times, or my son is unresponsive.
So we do develop a safety plan for those youth. And as I mentioned, we use our restorative justice professionals to resolve the conflicts. But as I've been saying, I feel like a bit of a broken record in this hearing. We have limited options when it comes to YSC. We don't control who comes in there. We don't control how many come in. And we have to honor all of those different stay away orders. It is a very difficult environment to operate.
So I guess I'm looking for like protocol and process.
Okay, Mr. Norman, you want to walk through the process for safety planning and RJ, please?
So, Councilmember White, when the youth returns, if he's been the victim of an assault, the RJ and the medical team, core support team, we will meet with that youth.
What is RJ?
Try to process a safety plan with that particular youth.
Can you, for the public, RJ, restorative justice? RJ, is that restorative justice?
Can you repeat your question, Councilmember White?
And getting clarity to your answer, you said RJ. I'm trying to make sure that's for restorative justice.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
The RJ is restorative justice. So we'll meet upon the youth return in intake, develop a plan before moving the young person up to a housing unit. This young person may not go back to their original housing unit based upon what information is discovered. Whether that fight is one that cannot be mitigated, or there's a fear of safety going back to that unit. Safety for the youth and safety for the staff as well. So we want to be very cognizant of that prior to placing that young person back on the unit and having the decision makers around the table who are beyond RJ, but behavior health as well, and security staff.
So in essence, you're saying this varies based on the individual situation.
Yes, sir.
All right. And and you talked about staff. What happens when staff returns from being injured?
So when staff returns from being injured, it's pretty much the same process. We want to make sure that that staff is mentally safe to return back to work. So there's a mitigating process, mitigating process with the staff. If it's a youth that the staff member refuses to go back and work with, we reassign that staff member to another unit for his or her safety as well as the youth safety.
Got it. And what's the average? I think someone spoke about this early on in hearing or through the testimony. The average amount of stay time for youth at New Beginnings and YSC.
So we've been talking about length of stay awaiting placement. If you want to know the average length of stay, let's see. So at YSC for secure detention in February, it was 15 days. And it's about 15 days for those other months. We have varying lengths of stay based on the different types of population that we have. So that number seems very low because you have a lot of youth that come in and they stay for one night. And then they go out the next day, or they go out the same day sometimes. And so looking at the population of youth charged as adults, those youth have an average length of stay that ranges from 145 to 226 days currently. But that's just a snapshot of their length of stay. We don't really know what their length of stay is until they leave. And we get a sense of the entire length of stay.
So I know that New Beginnings is based on these 6 levels.
I'm not hearing you, council member.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 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 1, 2.
I got you. I can hear you now.
Thank you. So I know that New Beginnings is based on these 6 different levels. And it seems like it's a different formula for YSC. Can you give me the average length of stay at New Beginnings?
Yeah, generally youth stay between 6 and 9 months at New Beginnings. They will vary based on their performance and how they meet their goals. Length of stay in detention is a completely different thing because it is going to depend on how quickly the cases are resolved, how long their court cases last, and of course how long it takes us to place those youth.
Let me ask you this directly. You may or may not have this on hand, but this is critical. How many youth year to date have been recharged with a new offense while in our facilities?
I'll have to research that number. That's not a data point that we track.
We don't. So do we know how many kids are charged? I mean,
It's not something that we track in our incident database. It's not an element that we track. It's something that we would have to look through the incident reports and see if they were charged.
Okay. And lately there were incidents where youth have been recharged. And in those incidents, are they always charged, or we found situations where they are not charged based on whatever circumstances is?
It'll be up to the law enforcement officials to determine whether someone gets charged. And then further from that, it would be either the U.S. Attorney or the Attorney General, depending on the youth in question, on whether they move forward with those charges. That's not in our control.
Walk me through restorative justice. How does that work? Is it really healing anyone? Any reconciliation happening? Is it really calming the facility down? Because we've been talking about that, but in practice, I don't know. I've been seeing some partners come in doing a remarkable job, but I don't know if it's really sitting well with the youth about what they're really doing.
Restorative justice is effective. The issues that are affecting the facility in terms of incidents are the mix of kids, the types of kids. These are all the issues that we've been talking about. It's not that restorative justice doesn't work, and I'm happy to walk you through that. It's the complexity of having all these different populations in one building that is not doesn't give us enough flexibility because of the inordinate amount of space and bed days that are eaten up by youth charged as adults. So when we do a restorative justice practice or a restorative justice session, the RJ specialist is going to come in, and generally it's going to be a conversation with the persons that were involved, and they're going to understand what precipitated this event. They're going to talk about, why did you assault this young person? And then they're going to let the young person that was the victim or the staff that was the victim articulate their side of things and how it impacted them, so that the assailant can understand what impact he had on another person. We have seen success with restorative justice practices, and even if it doesn't work the first time, we should still engage in those practices and try to resolve those conflicts.
Got it. I'm just trying to make sure the public knows that there's something going on to ensure that the agency is doing something to make our youth feel safe. Because going to the facility, being assaulted, and coming back to the facility, guess is trying to get to the public that something is happening. I don't know how effective it is. I don't know how many of the youth have been assaulted, have been re-assaulted as well. We don't have that data as well. That'll be helpful for us to kind of analyze what is happening. Because I hear from parents, and some of these youth that are there are 12 years old. There's a difference between somebody that's 12 and somebody that's 16. That's a big difference in size, strength, and all the above. And so I say that to say, because we have to, if there's some restorative happening that's working, we need to promote that and talk about that and preach that. And if it's not, we just need to say what it is. And historically, not just unique with DYRS, but the government has not done a good job of really talking about the truth of what's happening, and therefore it never gets fixed. It just gets kicked down the road, and as a result, our families and kids are suffering as we shuffle staff and leadership around over the course of years and years and years. So just want to add that.
Well, Councilmember White, I appreciate that. And first, let me say about restorative justice professionals, they do an excellent job, and they work with our behavioral health team, and they work with our security staff to help resolve conflicts. Of course, it's not going to resolve every conflict, and we work very diligently to ensure that kids don't retaliate as well. But in terms of transparency and truthfulness, I've been absolutely transparent and truthful with you from the very beginning, and I've made that commitment So I understand that there may be historical issues or concerns, but that's not something that should be a concern with me. I'm always going to speak the truth.
And I appreciate that, Director. I do have to say that about you. Anytime I've called, you picked up. Anytime I had a question, even if you've answered, even if you didn't have the answer, you'll go figure out what it is and get back to me. And I appreciate that. That's helpful for me, and especially in critical incidents where families are calling me or my colleagues are calling me, knowing I chair the agency, or anybody's calling me. And what's being done after the fact. Because one thing it is to acknowledge something happened, but to also have confidence that we have a director that is making aggressive changes now so we can mitigate and decrease some of these incidents from happening. Because the reality is, in any detention facility across the country, there's going to be incidents, fights, etc. But what I am concerned is that we have to do everything in our power to decrease and eliminate it as much as possible. And I'm not sure, based on the staffing numbers and ability to hire, you explained a lot to me today that gives me more comfort that we are going to get some staff in here, some adequate staff with some better training, some people that care. Because the reality is, you know how it goes. It's a little bit of people that's making the brand bad, right? And so somebody's bringing drugs in there, and we have to do everything in our power to figure out who they are, and how they get in there, and make them suffer some consequences. If we're not doing that, then we're gonna be having this conversation again and again. And for the last 2 years, we've been having the same conversation.
Absolutely. We are committed to safety. We're committed to determining who's bringing those things in and bringing them to account for that. And I'm going to reiterate something, Council Member. Let's have an opportunity to meet with my internal investigator. We can give a lot more detail about ongoing investigations and practices that we have in that kind of a briefing, in a confidential briefing.
And protocols wise, youth normally pair with people from their neighborhood on a unit for safety reasons.
I'm sorry, youth are what?
Paired with youth from and around their neighborhood for safety reasons.
Yeah, sometimes if there are issues, I know we have neighborhood groups that don't get along, and so sometimes we do need to separate them, and we do that. Frankly, we do that. It isn't the practice that I would love to do. I would like to be able to get those youth to work together, and in some cases we are successful at bridging those gaps. But when we can't, and when kids articulate that they will not refrain from assaulting another person, we will separate them.
Got it. And I do want to note that on the spirit of transparency, the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight Director Jordan did state that you all were responsible and transparent in getting the information to him and the agency.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that.
And there's a final note to this hearing. If anyone could not testify or would like to submit a written testimony to be included in the official record, you can find this hearing on the hearing page on the council website and tap the submit testimony button at the top right-hand corner. This official record will close on June the 4th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. With no other business before this committee, it is now 4:48 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, Director and staff. And those who
Thank you.
Thank you.